Welcome everybody. Today is great. It's gonna be a great stream. Not only because it's my birthday, but mainly because we'll go through all the champs to choose the best champions for our mini game quest. I know most of you probably are already set, but maybe someone will watch this stream afterwards and will find all the info on this stream very useful. And that's the plan, to make this stream as useful to people as possible. And because we know the website is live, it's well working, so we can go through most of the champions. Not all of them are still available, especially when we talk about epics or rares. Some are still work in progress, but a lot of them are already there. So we will theory craft a little bit. We'll think about team comps for the champions and how we can utilize those champions. I also have a great news because soon I have a surprise for you guys that's gonna be on Tuesday or Wednesday. I won't spoil it to you, but I think you will love it too. I can only spoil it's another lovely collab. So I think you will enjoy that a lot. So how are you, folks? And also, if you see the stream avatars, you don't see your avatar. That means you need to type something in. Like anything in the chat. Like you can post emoji and your avatar will appear on the screen. If you want to change your avatar, you just type !random. Zombie collab. You got zombie collabs every day. On Discord. Hello, Mason. Welcome. MightyZoo welcomes you. How are you? So this stream is gonna be hopefully a very useful stream for people that can actually watch this afterwards, before the mini game ends. And I hope we will have like a lot of fun. I'll drop you some bombs so you can fly. Yes, yeah, on YouTube. On Twitch they have to watch live. That's how Twitch works, right? So remember, changing your avatar, you have to slap !random and you can change your avatars. You can attack other players by !attack space and the name of the person you want to attack. You can also hug, you can fart, you can put bombs. If you place !bomb space the name of the person, you can blow them up too. Yeah, I can drag you around and throw you. I'm like, did you play this game? It was called Black and White. You've been a god, you know. Yeah, so I can be throwing people around. But you will always come back, don't worry. You have to try this again because it was out of the screen. So it didn't work. So love, let's give it like a minute before people just tune up. Hello. Karinsky, welcome. MightyZoo welcomes you. Let me check what the options are on the stream. The nerf isn't significant. People are just panicking. We'll go through his kit today. He's still super good. People like saying like, oh, he was nerfed. And like, don't worry, you cope. Still, like people think like, oh, Sharpen's so good, and it is good, you know. Don't get me wrong, but it's not like nothing. There's no drama. It's not too bad, you know. He's still a really good champion. You still will do a lot of good stuff with this guy, so don't worry. No worry at all. Still you get, especially the speed aura with this champion, which is really good. Oh, okay. You see, I didn't go through all of them. I will go through quests too. Don't worry. If his leadership, if his aura changed, that's bad. If he lost speed in all battles. I will get there, folks. We'll get there. Remember, you want to change your avatar !random and you'll get a new avatar. You will have all like characters from Dragon Quest, from Final Fantasy series, Pokemon, Dragon Ball, My Hero Academia. So, and we'll have some Battle Royale. And I see Fear, you're a big boy there, your avatar. Yeah, so I don't want to spoil you anything, but on Tuesday or Wednesday you will have a surprise from me. So just dungeons, that's pain because it doesn't work in Pantheon boss. Yeah, that's a big pain point, that's true. I chose Apollo and he has no aura at all. So all right, so let's crack on, folks. Let's go. So we got Anubis. First, I have to say Anubis is gonna be extremely good for Tower of Strife. He's gonna be extremely good in any wave content. He's gonna be that guy. Hello, Monacent. MightyZoo welcomes you. How are you? So, everything is in the air. So we don't even know if this is gonna be early access. There is potentially quite a significant chance that there won't be like early access with spending, but there will be like more like an early access beta with no spending and with a wipe. So this is, everything is in the air. Also, one of the things I want to share with you guys, that shield and barrier does not count as a buff. So they are not buffs. So like if you have an ability that you gain something when you place a buff, shield doesn't count towards that. Yeah, they should have given me a, like test server, right? Access. I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. I will send like a letter of complaint to Susie. I kinda agree with that. Yeah, I can see that happening. That should have been sorted out differently. I can't agree more. So Anubis he is the champion. I really want this guy on my account, but I can't just choose him over some others. But it's not like he's not like the others are way better. It's not like, but he is just a champion that's gonna be more for the wave content. Like he's gonna be a monster campaign, he's gonna be a monster Tower of Strife, he's gonna be a monster in any wave content to get to boss, but he's not gonna be this boss slayer like a Pantheon boss, right? Or dungeon boss slayer. So that's a downside of this like champion in this case. But what he's gonna do, he's gonna be the best. Because first good thing about this champion is a HP scaling champion. So his damage scales with his HP, which is really good because you build him tanky, and at the same time you're gonna be getting a lot of damage out of this champion. So that's really like strong part of this champion. Now the power of this champion really lies in his basic. That's like super strong. So he works really well with ally attack champions. Now the funny thing about this is, if you do ally attack champion, and let's say 3 champions join the attack, the first one kills the boss, or I mean the hero, the enemy, and then Anubis go last, he will still play Despair. So you want to combine him with ally attack champions. We will go through other champions and we will see if we have any Egyptian champions that can actually ally attack. So basically, exactly, so you want to make sure, like when you run this guy and you have a lot of enemies, you bring one enemy almost till it's dead, like have, let's say, 5% HP left, and you're making sure that you're not gonna use any other champion to kill that than Anubis, and you start attacking other enemies, and the Anubis want to finish it off. That's how it used to work in alpha, right? Obviously, everything is subject to change, and we can't say for 100%. I can say that shield and barriers don't count as a buff, and it is set to stay like that for now. But again, still, everything is subject to change, and it may change, but it is as for now. So he attacks one enemy, and he does 6% HP damage and 60% attack too. But he attacks twice, so that's really 12% HP, so it's not bad. Now if you book him, he will have 100% chance to place Despair for 1 turn on all enemies. That's really strong. Now what I like about this also, when you awaken this champion, if the enemy is defeated, also steal 20% divinity from all enemies. That is incredibly strong. So I was using Anubis a lot in Alpha 3. I was placing him always as my last champion, so when I allied attack, let's say with Shamash or Zeus, he would always like Zeus would kill someone before Shamash could kill, or it was White Dragon. He would kill first, and then he would just go in and hitting the air, but still was triggering Despair. Because it's kind of like the enemy is dead during his action, because he still goes and moves, if that makes sense. So even he attacks dead enemy, it triggers in how he's coded that the enemy died during his action, if that makes sense. So that's why it triggers. I believe that's why. Now on his core ability, attacks all enemies, 13% HP and 85% attack with 100% chance when booked to place Corrupt and Initiative down for 2 turns. Definitely. Now, why do we like Initiative down? 2. This is really strong debuff. It's very strong debuff. I don't remember if this skill is gonna go to 3 to cooldown or 4 to cooldown when booked. But placing initiative down 2 is 20% less 20% less initiative. So that is really, really strong. Now corrupt. Let me check on Raven. Corrupt is a really strong debuff too. The hero that plays this debuff steals any buff placed on the enemy, duration reduced when triggered. So he places this for 2 turns, and let's say an enemy places attack up and defense up on all enemies, right? You will just steal those and they will disappear from them. So this is kinda like a weak version of block debuff. Hello Asics, MightyZoo welcomes you. How are you? Yeah, I'm good. So really solid core ability. Now, his Awakening 1, if an enemy is defeated, decrease the cooldown of this ability by 1 turn. I don't think it's very impactful, A1, but it's better than nothing. Now on his ultimate, he attacks all enemies, 17% HP and 100% attack. If this hero HP is below 50%, heals this hero by 30% of damage inflicted. So it's a nice self-sustain. And if this hero is above 50%, place barrier for 30% of damage inflicted. That is a nice survivability mechanic. However, it's very selfish. And we prefer abilities that help the whole team. But basically, you're not getting this champion for this ability, you're getting this champion for this ability, right? For a skill 1. So his basic. Now he gains 100 divinity whenever an enemy is defeated. Gain 200 divinity if they were defeated by Soul Blade. A Soul Guide, sorry. So his basic attack. So his gain is gonna be mainly passive because it's not much. If you look at his 1600 cost, it's not a massive gain. So if you build him with a lot of initiative, you could get a little bit, but I think you won't be building him with initiative. I think you'll be focusing on crit build. You want a lot of damage. So you really wanna go with him a lot of damage and try to sort out for him ally attack champions. These are without awakenings. I mean, awakenings I described as you see below here, right? But they're not included, and books are not included either. So all those are champions who are not booked at all. Now his passive, when a hero is defeated, increase this hero turn meter by 20%, which is quite nice as well, because you want this hero to move quite a lot, so you can have this spare 100% uptime on the enemies. Yeah, so it's without books. And it's gonna book to 100%. His core ability and his basic is gonna be booked to 100%, I believe. But you see, that's how it works, at least in Alpha 3. And I believe that's gonna work here as well. But I know for the fact they're not booked here. So very solid champion. So if anyone pulled this guy, it's a very good champion. There's nothing to compare about. Now, Horus. He's eternal defender. He is actually cracked. He's quite nice. Hello, Captain Morgan. Welcome, welcome. MightyZoo welcomes you. How are you? So, guys, Horus. I really like this. I'm not a big fan of taunt. And I usually do not respect this type of skill debuff a lot. Yeah, they did nerf him. I don't understand why he got nerfed like that, especially his aura, because why would Sun Wukong have speed aura 24 speed in all battles, and then Quetz got that removed from him? I think that was the main thing going for him. So it is a little sad, I have to agree with that, yeah. He's still worth it, he's still very good, but he did lose some value, especially with his leader bonus, because he used to have speed, increased speed in all battles, right? Now he have increased speed in dungeons, so that means you don't have this aura for Pantheon boss. And for me personally, Pantheon boss is the most important content. However, in dungeons you have all the sets, so all like Avenger, Body, all the best sets in the game are gonna be in dungeons, so there he's gonna be super, you know, that aura is gonna work there. And also all dungeons like Ascension dungeons too. Thank you, Kerensky. Catch up with you later. So Horus, now on his basic attack, attacks one enemy, 210% defense plus 130% attack with 50% chance to place taunt on the target for one turn. It doesn't matter as much this taunt, I think it's gonna be booked. Now this is only my assumption, but I think it's gonna be booked to 75%. Also heal 70% defense this hero. If Isis is on the team, she is healed by the same amount. Yeah, that's annoying. Okay, you got 1600 pulls, Brentman. I think after this stream you will exactly know what you want to go for. Because maybe let's finish this guy and we can go through all the minigame champions, right? Because he's not available in the minigame. But let's talk a little bit about this guy and then we go through all the minigame champions. So if you awaken 5, he will always counter attack with the basic ability when an enemy attacks this hero. So basically, when you awaken 5 this guy, you always have counter attack on you, like, and it's not like a buff that can be removed, but this is like a passive ability, if you will. And now, funny enough, because this is on this skill, if someone locks your core abilities, lock your ultimate abilities, lock your passive abilities, this still will trigger, because it's not any of those. Really, really strong. Top 3 is Apollo. For me, Apollo, Vivian, Heimdall. Exactly, he will heal a lot through those counters, because he will counter every time he's attacked. Now, this is Awakening 5, bear in mind, right? So that's have to remember. Now, on his core ability here, right, guys, we're reading this one. Attacks one enemy, 370% defense plus 125 percent attack with probably booked to 100%. Chance to play speed down 2 and blunt 2. Now blunt decreases the chance of strong hitting and makes a bigger chance to weak hit. So yeah, Captain, he's bonkers. On enemy for tutus, this is really solid skill. So it's not AoE, so you won't be using this on waves too much. It's not gonna have this value, but it will have massive value against bosses. Not all bosses, but a lot of bosses like Pantheon boss, for instance, right? Which is crucial. Now his ultimate is incredibly strong. Now the cost of his ultimate is relatively low for what it is, because it's 1350. As you can see that better. And how he gains divinity? He gets 40 divinity when hit by an enemy, and he gains an additional 40 divinity when an enemy is under taunt. Now, a lot of champions have this way of gaining divinity when hit by enemy. The problem with a lot of champions is like it's not a lot of divinity because very often you won't be hit. But because he got taunt in his kit and is so prevalent, he'll be attacked a lot. And he gets 80 divinity when the enemy is under taunt. So this will really stack up nicely. Now, the downside is you prefer enemy to be CC'd, properly CC'd. Right? So you rather just put on them stun, if you can help. But it's not bad. So on his ultimate, he places shield, 300% defense on all allies. If Isis is on the team, the shield cannot be removed and is 30% stronger. So that goes to really 390 defense. So quite significant. Then has 80% probably it's 99.9% book to 100% chance to place taunt for 2 turns on all enemies. Now, when you get his Awakening 1, this champion is getting kinda bonkers. Because at the start of the wave, place taunt on all enemies for 1 turn. So by doing this, at the moment, you like getting extra turn to sort out the enemies. This is massive. And because of the ecosystem, it's not gonna be very hard to achieve this. It's gonna be rather quite simple. So for RGB legendary heroes, you need 500 echoes to 500 echoes to get a copy of a champion you own. So that is roughly 40 golden shards, or it's about yeah, so it's not bad at all. It won't be hard to get this. Now Eternal champions probably will cost a little bit more, so I wouldn't be surprised if the cost of Eternal champion will be like 650, but no more than 1000. But I think it's gonna be about 650. I don't think they will put it more. So quite nice. Now we go into his passive. Okay, you can see that. Falcon Surge. When this hero is attacked by enemies under taunt, increase the turn meter of all allies by 5%. That's quite nice too. Like 5% turn meter when this hero is attacked by enemies under taunt. It's alright, but it's not a crazy. If you compare this passive to champions, other champions, especially Eternals, this passive feels a little bit weak. And then Awakening 3 also increased the damage of this hero next ultimate by 3%. Which is increase the damage of this hero next ultimate. So it's not even stacking, just one, you know. it may happen like 3 times, 4 times before you use ultimate. Let's say it happens even 10 times. That's gonna be 30% more damage. So it's not bad. I would rather have this like permanent increase of your damage. Yes, RGB is red, green, blue. Yeah. So non-internal. So for him, because if that would be for the whole team, that would be different. So I would say for this guy, maybe like Awakening 1 seems to be a good stopping point. If you like trying to be efficient. Of course, depends what type of champions you got on the team and how you can invest. But remember, for ecosystems, you will be able to buy King Arthur. You're able to get Ra. And also Hades. And Hades, when we get to him, you will understand that this one is absolutely cracked and worth getting. Hello, Valley. MightyZoo welcomes you. So let's go to more champions from the mini game, and then we will start going through champions that are not in the mini game. Okay. So now we got Isis. Now I want to start with her aura, which is 70% resistance to all battles. So it's nice this is in all battles, and usually you won't be using this this ability, especially because this is like a flat amount. Usually you will either go for defense percentage, attack percentage, ideally for speed percentage or initiative percentage, maybe accuracy. Very rarely you will use this leader bonus. So I wouldn't recommend like just for this. Just treat this as like a bonus, but most likely you will never use it or very rarely use it in some niche circumstances. Now when we go to her basic ability, she attacks one enemy and got 160% attack with 35% chance, probably book to 50% chance to steal a random buff from the enemy. Then spread one random buff on this hero to all allies. That's a really, really strong basic attack. You can steal, but even if you don't steal, you can still spread stuff to other allies. That can include also Mend. So in theory, you could just spread Mend a lot too. Now, Awakening 1 Steal buff will ignore the target's resistance. So going for her Awakening 1 is extremely strong because you don't need any more accuracy. Because anything that affects the enemy requires accuracy. So like stealing buff or stealing turn meter, things like that, they require accuracy. And a lot of champions, like people go through their kits and look like, oh, he steals 20% turn meter. They think, oh, like so good, but they don't see like this champion doesn't have any debuffs in their kit. So you need to build extra accuracy on top of other stats to make this trigger. Now, this removes this requirement, which is really strong for Isis. Now on her core ability, she places shield, which is 20% of HP. And because you're gonna build her with a lot of HP, that's a really significant shield. 20% of HP is big. And she places defense up to on all allies for 3 turns. That is significant. And also she gets extra turn. Now, so this is amazing combo, like very good core ability. But what I like also about this, when you awaken her 3, additionally place Mend on all allies for 3 turns. Placing Mend on all allies for 3 turns is really good. Now, we don't know what is gonna be exactly the cooldown on this. It's gonna be either 3 turns or 4 turns after booking. At the moment, it looks like it's gonna have random, but I don't know 100%. I don't see any reason why it will be anything otherwise, you know? So that's how this is really strong. If you awaken to 3, it's even more strong. Now when we go into her ultimate, it's quite expensive ultimate. It's 1650 divinity. And she gets only 30 divinity when placing a buff. But she places a lot of buffs. I believe spreading a buff is a placing a buff. Placing shield defense up. Now shield doesn't count as a buff. So that doesn't count towards her divinity. But defense up to will count. So her divinity gain from her generator is low. So the main divinity you will gain is either from your passive gain or other champs that can divinity boost you. Her divinity gain is from her divinity generator is a little bit low, as you can see here. A little bit low. Now when we go to her passive. Now I love this. This is really strong. Her passive is really strong. At the start of this hero turn, remove all debuffs and disables from the ally with the lowest HP, then heal them equal to 10% of this hero's max HP. I like this passive because it's like ultimate cleanse. It's of one of your allies with the lowest HP. So this is a really good option to start with. The only downside, she brings you survivability, but she doesn't bring like too crazy things. Okay, we didn't speak about her ultimate. I'm sorry, I have to backtrack a little bit. Revive all allies with 50% HP and 50% tool meter. If Horus is revived by this ability, place Radiance 2 on him for 2 turns. So you can just forget about Radiance, really. But what I like about this skill, if you awaken 5, after reviving, place Immortal on all allies for 2 turns. Immortal means you can't go below 1% HP. You can't die, which is very strong. Now, I don't remember if this triggers, like, this reduced duration if you're hit, but I don't think so. Let me check. Yeah, so the duration goes down when you're hit. So let's say when someone have like a free hitter, it will just prevent 2 hits. And it also goes down when you move. So Immortal is not the craziest of those buffs, but it is solid. So Isis is a okay option, but it's not a crazy option. Okay, we will come back to Ra and Sphinx later, and we go through the epic champions later, but I want to go first through all the mini-game champions. Now Freya, God of War. So she is a really good damage enabler, that she can do some crazy stuff. But she won't be as cracked like super early game, in my opinion. But she's gonna be in some comps at the end game like 100%. So she attacks on her basic. Let's go to her aura first. Now, I love her aura. This is incredibly good. 30% crit damage in all battles. That is cracked aura. Because 30% crit damage in all battles is better than 30% attack in all battles, like way better. Because this is like a higher tier multiplier, if you will. On her basic ability, she attacks one enemy, 175% attack and 300% initiative. Places meant on an ally with the lowest HP for 2 turns. I am not big fan that she places that on the one ally. If that would be like AoE, that'd be really good sustain. So it's a little heal. Now you will see when we get to her ultimate and to her her divinity gain that this is an issue, because she gets divinity from healing allies, and because she places that only on one ally, that slows down really her divinity gain quite a bit. Now her awakening one is kinda meh, because if the ally is below 50% HP, place an additional mend for 2 turns. So if this ally with the lowest HP is below 50%, gets another mend. So having like conditional awakening one just seems a little bit underwhelming, and I don't think I would recommend it as much, you know? Unless you want to go for the higher awakenings, and we get to those in a second. Now we go into this core ability. Let's get it up a little bit. Equalize one ally's turn meter equal to the enemies with the highest turn meter, then increase the turn meter of all allies by 20%. Now this is really nice ability. I don't know what's gonna be the cooldown on this ability after, you know, after they like finalize everything, but also permanently increase this hero's healing by 5% up to 4 times. So that gives 20% more healing from all her abilities. That should include mend too. But she's not like a massive healer, so it's kinda like weird. Now, all the meat in her kit is her ultimate. It's 1600 cost. Now she gains 30 divinity when healing an ally. She heals from... she can heal also... oh no, that was changed. So she used to heal on her passive, I believe, but she doesn't heal anymore. So I think this kit gonna be adjusted, because her divinity gain is a joke, like almost 0, you know. And then on her core, like also permanently hits that is a little bit sad, but her ultimate is really strong. Now, so she places attack up and sharpen up 2 on all allies for 2 turns, then attack one enemy. Then attacks all enemies, so it's AoE. Increase the attack and crit damage of each ally by 10%, stacks up to 5 times. That's gonna be 50% attack and 50% crit damage. And that will make this like your team go bonkers. So that's gonna be absolutely bonkers. 50% attack and 50% crit damage combined with aura 30% crit damage. That is incredible. Incredible. You just need you find a way that you can regenerate divinity faster. Now Awakening 3 is great because she also places Phoenix on all allies below 50% HP for 2 turns. And I think this is like extremely good addition. Because if someone have ability only to place Phoenix, you know. But now this is just like addition to already great skill. So incredibly strong. So she will definitely be, I think it's worth to take her to Awakening 3 for this. I believe this is really good. Now when we go to her passive, when an ally inflicts a critical hit, kill 1200 initiative, the ally. Okay, so this is another heal, so that will help with her divinity gain. Yeah, I knew that she had this this heal there. The problem is that's gonna work only on your DPS because you won't be building everyone. You won't even build her for probably for damage. Your main focus is gonna be probably speed, initiative, and then you will try to get as much damage as possible from her, but she's not gonna be your DPS, if you will. However, she will be able to hit quite strong. But if you see like her attack, base attack is really low, right? So you won't build her so crazy. And then 500% initiative, if you take her to 400 initiative, that's 2000% to 2000 damage. So this will not make crazy damage. Now if you awaken her 5, that improves her passive. If the ally is at full health, inflict the heal as damage to the enemy. This cannot critical or strong hit and ignores 50% of target's defense. So basically you're making damage 1200 of your initiative, which again is okay, but it's nothing like too crazy. But if you have like a very good shielder that you keep your allies with full HP, possibly that is nice, but I don't think it's worth it to go for Awakening 5 unless like you've done everything else and you're happy with your account. So good stopping point for her is Awakening 3 in my opinion. Okay, we're going to Grendel. Now I want to talk about Fenrir really a lot because this guy is just cracked. Hello Zoro, welcome. MightyZoo welcomes you. How are you? So we'll talk about this guy later. We go first through the minigame champions, but this guy is cracked. Dracula seems like a Lulu baby compared to this guy. Like he is absolutely mental, this guy. Sadly, he's not in the minigame. Because a lot of people would go for him. But let's go with Grendel now. Grendel is an amazing brawler, really good DPS. Okay, we don't have his picture, but it will appear in a minute. And here we go. Let me move my camera. Maybe it's gonna be easier. It's gonna be on the top. Now, his attack is alright. But it's not like crazy high, alright? Now, he attacks one enemy 2 times. Okay, so he scales from HP, right? But his HP is good. So he does damage 7% HP plus 65% attack, but he attacks twice. That's gonna be 14%. Now, if the target is defeated, this hero gains extra turn. That is a really strong mechanic. Relic Keeper and Ray had really similar skill, that he was getting extra turn when he killed. And he also had like self-buffing. He was placing attack up on himself before attacking. So it's kind of similar mechanic. It's gonna be really good if you can kill the enemy. So that might be a challenge sometimes. But he will be hitting really strong. And because you're scaling with HP, again like with Anubis, you're gonna be stacking a lot of HP, so his survivability is gonna be insane. Because he will have a lot of HP. Now those stats, I believe, as you can see, They're at rank 6, level 60, okay? Those stats here. But skills are not booked. You can turn this off. So, or you can go down and see what is his attack at level 1 and stuff, right? But let's look at when he's maxed. Now, when we go to his core ability, attacks all enemies. Now, this is amazing skill. 14% HP, percent HP and 130% attack. With, when you book this guy, 100% chance to place Despair for 1 turn. Yeah, Shamash is really good choice. Also, just to clarify, Shamash shield was replacing bigger shields. But I spoke with Derek about this, and if this is working like that, it's a bug and it's gonna be fixed. So the smaller shield should not replace a bigger shield. And possibly this gonna be changed into barrier. So Shamash's value is going up. But we'll get to Shamash in a minute, but he is one of the best picks. So Grendel, now he places Despair, attacks all enemies, places Despair, and then he also, like, if he attacks with his basic ability, he gets extra turn. I love this. Now, why getting extra turn is so strong? Because you reduce the cooldown of your core ability too, if you get extra turns. Downside is you get rid of your buffs and debuffs too, which is a good thing in a way. But you reduce the cooldown of this ability. If you can reduce this cooldown a lot, you keep your enemies in the despair mode all the time. Now, his Awakening 1 is a good addition, because also places initiative down 2 on enemies under despair for 2 turns. Now, I guess this triggers after you play despair, right? It's hard to say. But anyway, important thing to remember, you need to build this guy with accuracy to land despair and initiative down. That's why it's gonna be like additional stat, so he's gonna be quite stat hungry. He's gonna be quite stat hungry. He's gonna be more difficult to build like a normal DPS. And you really want enough accuracy to place this. Now, if you're fighting against a boss, and a lot of bosses will be immune to despair, then you will swap his build for pure damage. Now, his ultimate. Now, his ultimate is quite, again, expensive. It's 1600 to trigger. He gains 40 divinity when inflicting damage to enemy. That's okay, because on his A1 he has a double hitter. So that means when you use his A1, that's gonna be 80 divinity. Now, if you will get extra turn, that's gonna be another 80 divinity, right? If you have some Wukong imprint on him and you ally attack, you will get 80 divinity. So it's not bad. When you attack all enemies, you can get 160 if there are 4 enemies, or 200 if there are 5 enemies. So you can stack this up, but it's not gonna be super fast. So unless you have a good divinity battery, this gain will be quite slow, or maybe moderate, but not super slow, but it won't be like rapid. It's not gonna be Apollo level divinity gain. Now, he attacks all enemies, it's 18% HP, plus 200% attack. After attacking, instantly defeats heroes below 20% max HP. Now, this may help you with speed farming some stuff, for instance, because you may just get to the last wave. They have like some chapters have this minimum amount of HP left, and you just finish this off. It's a nice bonus, but it's not something you're gonna rely on. I wish this could happen in all his skills, like on his core, on his base, so that I wish that was on his passive. But it's still very good. 20% max HP if someone has that amount or below 20% insta kill is really good. Of course, doesn't work on bosses. Now increase this hero HP by 5%, stacking up to 6 times for each enemy defeated. Also increase HP when attacking a boss, right? So if you're attacking at the boss, you don't have to kill. Just by using your ultimate, you will get a new stack. That's 30% more HP, which is really big. Very good. Awakening 5. Increase the threshold to 30%. That's a really big increase. And guarantees a strong hit if this hero is below 50% HP. Now imagine that. You are 50% HP, below 50% HP, and you want to be at low HP. So you kind of want to keep this guy in this threshold between 30-50%. So you basically are guaranteed to strong hit. And if the enemy has below 30% HP, insta kill. I think they're better for Awakenings 5, but this one is really strong. So if you're like big fan of this champion, I think going for A5 on this guy is not a mistake. Now with his passive, that's very good one. For every 10% HP this hero is missing, increase their speed and initiative by 5%. So if you lose, like say 50% HP, you're getting 25 speed and 25% initiative more. Now Awakening 3 also increase turn meter and divinity. Increase effects on this hero by 5%. I'm not sure about that. It's very specific and niche. If you have champions that will actually give you, like, boost your tool meter and divinity, you will get some value from that. If you lose 50% HP. So generally I am not big fan that to make champion stronger like that, you have to keep him below certain threshold, or like below like 50% HP or a lot low HP to make him perform better. I think if he would have here like increase your HP also, so for every 10% HP increase your max HP, that could be really interesting, because that would work to allow him to hit stronger, right? Because he scales with HP. So for that reason, that he scales he benefits from losing HP basically and keeping him low. That's a downside of this champion. Definitely. I would say I wouldn't recommend anyone to start with this champion. If you want to start with a DPS, I would probably suggest you to go with another options, and we'll go through those in a minute. Now Heimdall is one of the best in my opinion to go for. His aura is 30% defense in arena battles, which probably you won't be using as much. On his basic attack, he attacks one enemy, 190% defense and 120% attack, and transfers a random debuff from this hero to the target. If Blaze, Ether Burn, or Acid are transferred, activate the debuff after attacking. Now, the downside is to transfer something you need accuracy, alright? So that's a big downside of this ability. But because you need accuracy also for his passive, which is really strong, that means you will build him with with accuracy. So you will slap on him a lot of accuracy, a lot of defense. You want some speed on him, if possible, initiative. But your main stats gonna be defense and accuracy. That's gonna be quite an important part of his kit. You may consider placing on him some resistance in some niche scenarios. Definitely you're not gonna be building him for damage. However, if you are managed to build all core stats on him, you can add some crit damage too. I will explain why in a minute. Yes, and we'll get to that why in a minute. Why he's so strong. It just makes life easier. Guys, if you want to see your avatar and play with your avatar, if you could, you have to just type something in the comment. If you put like exclamation mark jump, you can jump, exclamation mark random, you can change your avatar. You have an option. Now, in alpha, we didn't have Svarog, right? We didn't have Athena. We didn't have other defenders. So we have to remember that he was like the only this OP defender. But later in game, like we have more options. But there are reasons why he is my #1 defender at the moment from the mini game. Now his core ability is really strong. I think it's when you book it, it's on 4-turn cooldown, if I remember correctly. Now he places counter attack and intercept. Now counter attack is one of the most powerful buffs you can have in the game. It's extremely cracked. Basically what Rattlelay does is every time your attack, you will counter attack with your ability. And a lot of champions have really good basic abilities too. So for instance, if you have Anubis with him, imagine enemy attacks you counter back with the whole team, and Anubis places despair on everyone. Very strong. Now intercept is an interesting one too, because every attack directed into your ally, now this attack will go to Heimdall. Alright, so that is really strong ability, and that's why I definitely let me check if that works also. So redirects an attack to the hero that plays intercept, and then the duration will be reduced, of course, every time it happens. So if someone so this is 2 turns, that's gonna be for 2 hits. So if there's a free hitter, you will redirect 2 hits. But very important, it redirects the hit. So if someone places a debuff on their attack, this debuff will be redirected to Heimdall. That's very important to remember. And that's why I say, like in some niche scenarios, you may consider building a lot of resistance into him. Because if you fight like against bosses that place a lot of debuffs, it may save your life in some cases. Yeah, so this is really good for 2 turns. This also means he will be taking more damage. But that's okay, because he's not like Anu that he's gonna kill himself. Yeah, Heimdall, I got 1 Heimdall account I'm gonna play too, to see how that feels. But he plays Retaliate, he plays Intercept, and he also attacks all enemies, 270% defense and 140% attack. Now you will see that his Awakenings are probably one of the best in game, because on Awakening 3, he also places Ward on this hero for 2 turns, which cannot be removed. And Ward, that means you can't take any damage. That is extremely strong. Now, if I'm correct, that should work similar like other ones. because the duration again is reduced when you are hit. Alright? But still, you won't take any damage, which is incredibly strong because we still had problem with Heimdall surviving attacks because of the intercept and because of Protect 2 that he places with his ultimate. He was taking so much damage that he was just basically, it was really hard. My main account is Apollo, but I will have Vivian account and I will have Heimdall account. But Apollo is my main. And I'll get to Apollo in a minute and explain why I think, for me, this is the #1 champion from the minigame. I convinced myself while recording Apollo video that is the case. So this ward helps him to survive really good. He's not committing suicide. So definitely worth going for that. Now his ultimate is 1450 divinity cost, which is quite lower than you would expect. If that would cost 1650, that would be still really good. So I consider this quite low. Now he gets divinity, 40 divinity when hit by an enemy. So divinity gain is quite low. Which champs do you got, reps? I'll give you some advice. Now on his ultimate, he places defense up 2 on all allies for 2 turns and plays shield 300% defense on all allies, then plays protect 2 on all allies except this hero for 2 turns. Protect 2 means he will take 40% damage dealt to your allies, and this damage will go to Heimdall. These buffs cannot be removed when placed on heroes from Asgard. So that's quite good. Now, his Awakening 5, at the start of each wave, activate this ultimate before any turn is taken. Extremely strong. I would reps recommend you to play 3 accounts and see how you feel when you play. For me, if I will have to choose one, it would be Apollo. And I'll get to his kit in a minute, so I explain. So this one champion is probably the #1 champion if you got this guy to go to Awakening 5. At least for short wave content, because let's say on very long fights, it won't matter like boss fights. But generally really annoying, especially in arena, is gonna be really freaking annoying. And his passive is also really strong. Allies under any buff have 50% chance to reflect any debuff received. That's freaking strong. And when you have Awakening 1, also heals this hero 3% whenever a buff is reflected. Again, you need accuracy for this one. I believe you will have some window to connect your alpha rewards. I don't think you will have to do it when you open your start your account. If it's the case that you have to do it when you start your account, then I would go with Apollo. That's my choice. Otherwise, I will just see how I play and connect it later if I can. So this is one of the options. Now, if I choose Apollo and take rewards on Apollo account, and then I figure out like I prefer Heimdall, I don't care about those rewards, because it's more important just to play with a champion that works for you better. So that's Heimdall. So as you see, he will be keeping your team alive incredibly strong, because intercept and protect 2 work together, defense up, shield, and ward if you awaken him free. Everything works in synergy together. Is a must awaken hero. And one of the best mini game champions to choose from if you pull this guy you can go with no regrets. This guy is gonna be cracked. Now this is Hell. It's the only Eternal Champion now you can get from the minigame. If I would pull Hell as an Eternal Champion from the Purple Stones, I would be quite salty. It's not a champion I would like to pull. For the minigame, it is an interesting option you could choose. Okay, she got a good aura. Oh, no. It's only in arena. Okay, so her aura is okay. You will use this champion in arena, so you can benefit from it. But I wish that was in all battles. Now on her basic attack, she attacks one enemy, 375% attack. And now her basic attack is quite good. It's over 1200 attack, so that's good. Attacks one enemy. If the target is under curse, inflicts an additional 5% of the target max HP, right? So you understand why this is very strong. She basically gonna be attacking Heimdall is extremely good for clan boss. Yeah, it's extremely good for clan boss. But also you will see Apollo and Vivian are also very good for clan boss. There are like extremely good options. It also depends on your luck a little bit early game, because if you pull another defender, possibly like Svarog, you're still gonna survive. But Heimdall is definitely the best defender for clan boss. Definitely yes. It might be, you will understand when I show you Apollo and Vivian why these other guys are appealing, good options too. But I'm not saying Heimdall is a worse option than Apollo. He may be a better option than Apollo. It's just I like some stuff about Apollo a lot, which I'm gonna say why. Now Awakening 5 on Hell. If the enemy is defeated, it has 50% chance to place Block Revive. The chance increase by 25% for each shade in the battle. Now, Block Revive is a stronger version of Vanish. Because Vanish stacks disappear every time you try to revive your enemy. So if you put Vanish on the enemy, let's say for 2, then it will just prevent 2 attempts to revive this hero. Block Revive is permanent. I'll double check that on the side, but if I'm correct, this is absolutely a permanent ability, and it's really strong. Yeah, so this is a permanent ability, at least for now. So it's a really interesting awakening. If you're a big fan of Arena, it's possibly worth it. The downside is only 50%, so it's RNG. I think that should be 100%. However, if you have shade on enemies, you can get to 100%. So it's not too bad. Now she attacks all enemies, 425% attack on her core ability, with 100% chance when booked to place Curse 2. Yeah, so it's such a difficult decision that's why I'm gonna start with few accounts and see how RNG works for me too. So that's my strategy at the moment. Now Curse reduce incoming healing and the strength of shields and barriers by 50%. Now you have to imagine having ability like this is gonna be important against some bosses. You will see in my surprise video on Tuesday or Wednesday that there will be some bosses that's gonna be healing. That's gonna be really helpful ability. Now, on the ultimate skill, now this is quite expensive. It's 1600 cost. But she gains 50 divinity when she plays Curse and Shade. So that means it's not much. I mean, Heimdall can be replaced with, for instance, Svarog. That's gonna have even better survivability than Heimdall, for instance. Heimdall is just so good because he got this counter attack. But Svarog, for instance, is a better survivability champion. You will also have other options to survive clan boss, for instance, playing with Phoenix, for instance. Having champions with that, like you have Freya placing Phoenix, for instance, right? So there will be all different way around that. I don't think we'll be just limited to this. But Heimdall is probably #1 option. So starting with Heimdall is still really, really good. Now, on this ultimate, she attacks all enemies, 520% attack, revive all dead enemies and apply shade on the revived enemy, which cannot be resisted or blocked. Does not work on bosses and minions if target is a boss, or minion plays defense 2 on the target instead. Yeah, 30% reduction in damage is just insane. 100%. So it all depends on the boss scaling, folks. So you have to understand. Does, like, if having Svarog in the team means you can survive 20 more turns, then that will be worth it. But if it's in the raid where scaling of Demon Lord is really quick, and that allows you to survive only 3 more turns, probably it's not worth it, and you will get much more benefit from having counter attack for the whole fight. You will do more damage. So it all depends. Yeah, so it all depends how the boss is scaling. Is his damage scaling from the amount of turns taken, or depending on the damage? Yeah, so yeah, I prefer Heimdall personally. So this guy plays Shade. Now Shade is really interesting crowd control really debuff, because it like kind of revives enemies and then like they become Shade, so they can't attack you. They have to attack themselves, like the alive enemies. So really very good and very strong. Very strong. Now, Awakening 3, Shade inflicts 50% more damage when joining with her basic attack, which is amazing. So it's a good ability. Now, defeating an enemy turn meter, feel the effect of this hero by 20%, stacking up to 5 times. So if you have a champion that gives you, let's say, increased turn meter by, let's say, 20, then she will have 100%. She can have like 40% increased turn meter. Just average. I think also, I mean, yeah, it's kind of like average passive. And Divinity 1 also increased Divinity field effects and persist across waves. So those stacks won't reset now. So they reset then every wave. Thank you very much. Thank you, Axis. I appreciate that, man. Hello, Sakib. MightyZoo welcomes you. So I think this champion is good DPS, especially for arena. Unfortunately, Shade doesn't work on bosses and minions, especially minions. That means it loses a lot of value and a lot of content. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend someone to go for this. However, I'm not saying she's weak or anything like that. Now our Loki. Now his design just shows that he's not gonna be strong. You see that straight away. Thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah, it's a good birthday. I'm having people join me for some fun. Can't complain, right? So we're going through Loki. Now, this champion, I can say straight away, I would not recommend you to pick this guy up. And I'll explain everything why in a minute. He attacks one enemy, 100%, 110% attack and 250% accuracy, with 100% chance to place charm when booked on the target for 1 turn. Now, charm when the hero that plays charm is attacked, the charmed hero will receive the attack instead. Will not activate if this hero attack the enemy that plays the charm. Right? So if someone is under the charm, basically they have to attack Loki. Right? So that forces us go for that axis. As long as not if I marry you or something like that. So charm really makes Loki take more damage, alright? That's important to remember. Now on his core ability, place sleep on all enemies, for 1 turn. If the target is already under sleep, increase the duration by 1 turn and steals 10% of the target's turn meter. So if enemies are already under the sleep, you steal 10% turn meter increase duration of this. I don't think it's that good. Now, where is sleep gonna be good? If you're doing a wave content that you want to sleep enemies and then one-shot them. So you have like a really strong team that you can rush through waves. This is one option you're gonna use this because sleep makes your enemy take 30% more damage. And then you wake them up. So that's the way you can use it. If you wanna like a speed farm something, that's gonna speed up your runs. Otherwise, any other disable is basically better. Because I rather do those 30% less damage, but make my enemy lose the turn. So I rather have this spare, I rather have stun, I rather have freeze, petrify, anything else. So this is like the weakest of all CC effects in this game. Alright. We can do that, yeah. Not sure if we can do it today, but we'll see. We'll see. Now, on the Awakening 1, if the target resists sleep, blocks or is immune, increases hero turn meter by 20%. So at least if you fight a boss that you can't sleep, you get 20% turn meter. But you need Awakening 1 for that, and I'm not sure if that's worth it. I don't think so. So at the moment, it is underwhelming. This guy needs some work. Now he attacks all enemies on his ultimate. Now his ultimate is 1250 divinity, so it's not very expensive. He gets 50 divinity when inflicting damage to an enemy under sleep. Now, this is absolutely terrible. Because you have to attack someone who is under sleep to get divinity. And if you want anyone to attack enemy under sleep, is either your DPS, or you don't want to attack them at all and make sure they lose that turn. So he gets 50 divinity from that. That means you can assume that he has like 0 divinity generation, and the only divinity you get is naturally by starting a new turn when you get some divinity. So that is absolutely really weak. Very weak. Now, so his ultimate is 1250, but he really like gains no divinity in his kit. He attacks all enemies. 140% attack and 250% attack accuracy, with 80% chance book to 100% chance to place corrupt on each target for 2 turns, right? To go back to corrupt, basically this hero will, again like with Anubis, steal all buffs that enemy places. And then places Vanish and Backfire on this hero for 2 turns. So he places Vanish on himself. What a nonsense. Now I'm just wondering, and I'm not sure about this, how Vanish and Charm work together. You know what I mean? But it just doesn't make any sense, his kit. He places Backfire. Now, Backfire is quite a new buff. When this hero would gain a non-resisted debuff, prevent it and apply the debuff to the enemy instead. Each trigger reduce Backfire duration. So you basically reflect a debuff. Not a crazy thing, but you can reflect, let's say, 2 debuffs if enemy places that before you move. Now, when we're going with his passive, when sleep expires or is removed from an enemy, decrease their turn meter by 20%. So this is really like strong part of his kit. And then also place speed down 2 on the target for 1 turn, but you need awakening 3 for that. That is kinda like a little bit stronger part of his kit. But I'm not very impressed. So I would discourage anyone to go for this champion. He is rather the worst champion from the mini game you can pick. Now we will go to those other champions later on. Fisher King, King Arthur, like amazing champions. Now I have very mixed feelings about Morgan Le Fay, because she got those DOT mechanics, but she had this mechanic, I think, on her ultimate that she removes all DOTs to make some more damage. The downside of this is she doesn't activate them, she just removes them. So you will see in a minute what I mean. Now, funny enough, her base attack is extremely high. It's higher than some DPSs. She also got 60% crit damage. So she's this champion that you want to build her for damage in a way, and she want to be built for damage, but she also need to be built with accuracy. It's quite crazy, but like she's gonna be difficult to build. Kinda. Because you want speed on her, you want initiative on her, you want crit damage, attack, a lot of stuff. So you'll see what I mean in a minute. But she attacks all enemies on her basic, which is nice that attack all enemies. with 35% chance, I think it's booked to 50% chance to place vulnerable 2 on each target for 2 turns. Now, vulnerable, if I remember correctly, it raises the chance for you to strong hit the enemy. Then activate a random debuff on each target. So activate that must be a DOT. Hello, Misale, welcome, welcome. MightyZoo welcomes you. How are you? Now on her core ability, now she attacks all enemies, 50% attack and 400% accuracy 3 times. Each hit has 50% chance, I think it's booked to 75% chance, to place random Etherburn, Blaze or Acid on the target for 2 turns. Or 1 stack of bleed. Okay, so she places she can place 3 DOTs. You think is great. We're still waiting for her awakening, so that may change a lot. I hope the awakening will change her ultimate to, instead of remove, to activate. But we'll see that. So she places those DOTs. Okay, that sounds quite good, right? Now, when we go to her ultimate, before attacking, remove all Etherburn, Bleed stacks, Acid, and Blaze from all enemies. She removes that. If that will be activate, that will be something different. Then attack all enemies, 200% attack, 1200 accuracy for every 5 debuffs removed, increase damage dealt by 25%. If 20 or more debuffs were removed, increase this hero turn meter by 100%. So you basically get extra turn if you remove 20. So if you have 5 enemies, let's say, that's gonna be, and you place all the debuffs, you're lucky, all those DOTs are on, that's gonna be 15. So it's not even 20. And she doesn't place any, right, DOTs on her basic attack, which is a big problem in her kit. That's a massive problem. If she will have like 50% chance to place 2 random DOTs, that would make her kit slightly better. So if you remove 20, you will get whopping 100% damage increase. But just for this ability, right? Not gonna be for anything else. It's not gonna stack and stay. So, and then she gets extra turn. And then awakening free. So at the moment, this is very bad. And then her passive, this hero gains bonus effect when a debuff activates. Fisher King is absolutely cracked. I will get to him in a minute. Alright, so this hero on her passive gains bonus effect when a debuff activates. Etherburn increases hero divinity by 50. Blaze increase this hero next core ability damage by 5%. Acid increase this hero's turn meter by 10%. Blaze heal this hero by 1000 accuracy. This passive means that she will be impossible to speed tune. Basically impossible. If you will have like a clan boss team, Pantheon boss team that you want to speed tune and initiative tune, this makes this impossible. Alright? That's a big mess. Now, if you have her Awakening 5. Each time an enemy debuff activates, increases hero accuracy by 10 up to 20 times. So that's 200 accuracy, which I think is very weak for Awakening 5. I just don't see. It depends how are Awakening 3 and 1. If they're like cracked and they change this mechanic to activate, she will be very good. But as it stands now, she is a bit average. Now she gains 20 divinity. When placing a debuff on an enemy, she places vulnerable. She places 3. She can place 3 here. If you have 4 enemies, let's say that's 12. That's gonna be quite nice divinity gain. That's not gonna be bad. Now guys, if you want to activate your avatar to see on the screen, just type something in the chat. You can just leave an emoji or anything. So Morgan Le Fay doesn't have the seal of quality of MightyZoo. I can't recommend her. Okay, Vivian. Interesting champion. Very powerful. And her awakenings are absolutely broken. Like Quest was nerfed, like Weekend. Was nerfed, like, and she is absolutely like, those awakenings make her really strong. She was already very, very strong, but this one even makes her stronger. So first, her leader bonus is 26 speed in arena. It's only arena bonus, but 26 in arena, like if you're going for like a speed go first team, this aura is, I think, the fastest speed aura in arena. It's gonna be a must have if you wanna go first. Like anyone with Vivian will always go first. Now she attacks one enemy, 175% attack and 1000 initiative, and reduce the divinity cost of each ally by 15. Now this stacks to 10 times, that's 150 divinity. It's not crazy, but it's solid. But if you awaken her 3 times, now it stacks to 20 times. And now 300 divinity reduction is big. Now we talking. That is a lot. So this ability becomes really strong. Yes, that's correct. Because she places now we get to her core ability. I'll explain exactly how this works. So on her core ability, she places attack up 2 and defense up 2 for 2 turns, and then after placing those buffs, she increased the duration of all buffs on all allies. So basically what happens, this is attack up 2 for and a defense up 2 for 3 turns. Right? Now, what is crazy about her, on Awakening 1, she also places Sharpen 2 for 2 turns. Now this Awakening 1 is the one of the best Awakenings in the game, Awakenings 1. That is extremely strong, because now you get attack up, defense up, and Sharpen on the same ability for 3 turns. That is bonkers. As long as she places that after, before she extends duration. If after, it's gonna be for 2 turns. But still really strong. And Sharpen gives you 30% more chance to strong hit, and 30% more strong hits do 30% more damage. This is absolutely bonkers. When you book this, it's gonna go down to 3 turn cooldown. Now her ultimate, and now also her ultimate is 1650 divinity. Now she gets 60 divinity when placing a buff. And why it's important, this awakening one? Because that's extra buff she places. So instead of 2 buffs, she's placing 3 buffs. So that's gonna be 180 divinity. Her divinity gain is still low, but if you can have awakening 3 and reduce her divinity cost by 300, that's gonna be now 1350. You get it to the point, it's not too bad, but she has no other way to get divinity except her natural passive gain and by placing buffs, which is still not a lot. But I think you'll be able to trigger that, let's say every maybe, I don't know how often you're gonna trigger that, but it's gonna take you a while to trigger, unfortunately, especially if you start game with her and you don't book her. That is gonna be on 6-turn cooldown, her core ability. You will trigger this ultimate very rarely. So if you choose her, don't be disappointed. She's gonna be cracked end game, but early game she's gonna be underwhelming a little bit. And this is the progression. But on her ultimate, she removes all disable from all allies, which is really good. Now also remove all debuff from all allies from Avalon faction. So that's not gonna be difficult to build because Avalon is one of the easiest factions to build with very good rares, very good epics. We know we're gonna start game with Isolde, and she is Avalon. So you will be able to do that. Then attack one enemy, 175% attack and 1000 initiative. With all allies joining attack. That's a really nice joint attack. If you combine this champion with Anubis, Grendel, you'll be benefiting a lot from that. All champions also AoE champions like Devana. She is eternal epic champion that has AoE attack on her basic. Same is gonna be with Cyclops, that he gonna have basic attack AoE. So we'll have available champions with nice AoE attacks. If you get Hercules, that's absolutely amazing. Kizin, really good. So that's gonna work really well with her. Now, if the target is defeated, increase the turn meter of all allies by 20%. That is extremely good. 20% turn meter. In a case, the most likely you're gonna kill someone. I mean, if you go against waves. I think that will trigger when you attack minions too. Really good. Downside again is gonna be hard to build your divinity. Now her passive is Aruko, is quite crazy. Hello Maruko, welcome. Thanks for subscribing, buddy. So her passive is crazy good because now all allies inflict 20% increased damage with their basic abilities. This is double when joining attack, that's 40%. So all your like AoE champions making 20% with A1, making like 20% more damage, and when they join 40%. You can seriously dominate the game with that. That's gonna help you a lot. Now, Awakening 5, allies with 100% chance to inflict bonus true damage for 100% of their attack, which cannot crit hit when they attack. That's crazy. That's super strong. That's gonna be really useful. So Vivian is a champion that I can recommend like with whole heart. She is absolutely bonkers champion. It's just gonna be a little bit difficult to pull her off early game. I mean, maybe not even like difficult, but you have to put your expectations to the right level, right? Okay, we're going to Ekur. And we got our Anu. Anu is the champion I really don't like. Because as I don't know if you watch my video, he's this suicide champion. That he really wanna kill himself. He attacks one enemy. Guys, if you wanna do some battle royale, just type something in the chat and I can make that happen. So basically, his aura is 30% defense in arena battles. That's already for a weak hit. So for like a very weak hit, really bad start. So you can like discard his aura like totally. Now he attacks one enemy, 200% defense and 100% attack. Good thing like most defenders, he scales from defense. So he's gonna be tanky. But he places Vanish on the ally with the lowest current HP for one turn. This is kinda like rubbish. Because most attacks are like a lot of enemies will have AoE attack. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He is. Like I said in my video, right? So he places Vanish, but on the ally with the lowest HP, but most bosses will have AoE attacks, and a lot of enemies will do AoE attacks. AoE attacks are very prevalent in this game, and this really loses a point. Losing a point. Now, if you have Awakening 1, he plays Stalwart on the ally with the lowest HP for 2 turns. That means you can't be CC. Okay, that's probably gonna be your DPS. Okay, fair enough, you can't be CC'd. But I'm just saying it's not like game changing. Oh, he got his A1, now he's bonkers. Now when we go into his core ability, he places defense up 2 on all allies for 2 turns and protect 2 on all allies except this hero for 2 turns. Now this is 4 turn cooldown when booked. So that is really kinda mad. Now he places defense up, and bear in mind he doesn't have shield in his kit. Now, and this is where the problem comes. He will take 40% damage of all allies. If you have 5-man team, he will take 40% of all damage. He's not gonna survive this, trust me. Heimdall hardly could survive. So this guy will not survive. Unless we get like cracked builds and we get so much freaking defense and HP that he can do that. Now, if you awaken him 5, which I do not recommend because it seems like a waste, allies under protect cannot receive critical hits. Alright, that's great. But I don't think the Pantheon boss will be killing you because he crit hits. I think he's just gonna be killing him because he'll be smacking hard. So this is gonna be good for arena. So if you have this guy, you go into arena, you place protect 2, and then they can't receive crit hits. That's gonna be OP, though that's gonna be a whale fest. So if you're a whale, you're gonna spend, you get a lot of copies of Anu, you awaken him 5, you're gonna use this guy in arena. Now he places Phoenix on his ultimate. Now his ultimate is cheap. He gains 30 divinity when this hero is hit by an enemy. But because of low divinity, he will be gaining that. But there is a problem. He places Phoenix on all allies for 2 turns. Then all allies except this hero attack one target enemy. So that's like a nice joint attack, right? If target is an ally is under protect 2, they will heal 30% of damage inflicted. So first he got some heal, but your invokers won't benefit much from that, or your disruptors if they don't do much damage. So this heal is only viable to your DPSs or people that can stack like DOTs and do this type of mechanics. So that is not great at all. Phoenix 2 will protect you, but your divinity gain is low. Possibly, perhaps you can get there, but you get your Phoenix, you get revived, and then your Anu is gonna die. Because his core cooldown is very long. So you need another champion that can reduce his cooldowns or extend duration of buffs, but you can't extend Phoenix. So quite underwhelming champion. Now, for every 10% divinity on this hero, reduce the damage received by 3%. So if you have 100% divinity, that's gonna be a 30% damage reduction. But you can't then use your ultimate. So this champion is conflicted. He doesn't exactly know what he wants to do. Cast your ultimate or keep your 30% damage reduction. That means you either stop using his ultimate and keep his damage reduction, or you use your ultimate. It's just it's a mess, this champion. So Svarog is obviously way better. Heimdall is better. Athena is better. I do not recommend this guy for your minigame. If you got him, no drama, but I don't recommend him. Lamashtu, yeah, it's an AoE damage dealer. He got some crazy stuff here. No, so this, okay, doesn't have any aura. Got really nice attack, almost 1300. On basic attack, attack one enemy, 250% attack 2 times. If the target is defeated, increase the damage of the next AoE attack by 50%. Okay, so if you happen to defeat someone, you get 50% more damage for your next AoE attack. So it doesn't have to be your. So if you use your basic attack, it won't trigger. Now on the core ability, attacks all enemies. 370% attack. If this ability defeats 3 or more enemies, reset the cooldown and increase this hero divinity by 200. That is interesting. It seems like it's gonna be great mechanic against some bosses with a lot of minions, like the Hog's dungeon, where you have totems that you have to destroy. This is gonna be really good. That's gonna boost your divinity quite nicely, and also you get extra turn. I mean, not extra turn. Reset the cooldown of this ability. That's very good. Now, Awakening 5. For each enemy defeated, increase this hero's attack and crit damage by 5%, stacking up to 20 times. And speed by 5%, sorry, not 5, just 5, stacking up to 100. So 100, you can get 100 speed. Does not reset each wave. So for long fight, that's gonna be very, very cracked. Because you can get basically 100% more attack, 100% more crit damage, and 100 more speed. But you have to defeat the enemy. So if we have a boss that is a long fight but have minions, that's gonna be really, really cracked. Really cracked. Especially if you can combine this champion with Freya. Now, on the ultimate, attacks all enemies. 200% attack 2 times. For each enemy already defeated, summon a demon of pestilence, which explodes, triggering soul eruption, with a 50% chance to place vulnerable to and acid on each target by 2 turns. Hello, Holians, how are you? Welcome to my stream. No, don't go with Morgan Le Fay. Morgan Le Fay is a champion with problems. Keep Vivienne, 100%. Vivienne is one of the best picks you can have. There's not many options you can choose better than Vivian. But I'm not sure. And Vivian imprint is okay, but don't place Vivian imprint on Vivian. Vivian imprint has to go on your DPS. Alright? So that's very important to remember. So that's my advice. And you want to awake this champion too. So going for her awakenings is really good. She got really cracked awakenings. You're welcome, brother. You're welcome. So Lamashtu, I'm not entirely sure what is soul eruption. I don't think anyone knows. I should have speak with someone from Fateless and ask for that. So it looks like it's gonna be really strong ability. I can imagine that. And then if you awaken one, has 50% chance to place Curse 2 on each target for 2 turns. And Curse 2 again blocks enemy from healing 50%, reduce healing by 50% if I'm correct, and also reduces the shield by and barriers by 50% or 40%, I don't remember now. Now Lamashtu's passive ability, when this hero defeats an enemy, they explode, inflicting damage, 100% attack to all enemies, which ignores 100% defense and cannot be critical. Really nice passive. After defeating 10 enemies, that's awakening free, the explosion can now be critical. Okay. That guy's insane. Because imagine every time enemy is killed, you have this explosion. You can imagine, but defeated by this hero. But you can imagine like explosion can start killing the mobs. For some bosses, this champion is gonna be cracked. For waves, this champion is gonna be cracked. This champion will perform really well. It's very solid champion. Especially her value goes up in long fights. Pazuzu, our boy Pazuzu. Actually, I like Pazuzu. I'm maybe not a big fan of his design. I don't know, guys, what do you think? But he's good. Now, his attack is low for a DPS. Alright. On his, so do we have aura? No aura here. So on his basic attack, he attacks one enemy, 320% attack with 75% chance to place accuracy down. I won't be surprised that's gonna be booked to 100%. But so accuracy for 2 turns and 75% chance to remove random buff. Now this basic attack is insane. Placing accuracy down to on Pantheon boss or any boss that places debuffs, and like probably all bosses will do that, is incredibly strong. It will reduce our requirement for resistance a lot. That is massive. And the chance to remove one, even if it doesn't book. Hi zombie, welcome, welcome. Thank you. So that's really strong, and it's, if this even doesn't book to 100%, it stays 75%. Chance to remove one random buff from enemy is strong. Now you need to build this champion with accuracy, so that's gonna make it a little bit more difficult to build him as your pure DPS. But he is strong and he is disruptor, so he's not meant to be your DPS, but he can still do decent damage. All right, so that's why he's so good, because he still can do good damage. Now on his core ability, he attacks all enemies, 230% attack with 75% chance, probably booked, to 100% chance to put corrupt. Yeah, corrupt again is a really strong debuff that you just basically steal the debuffs from your enemy. I mean, so buffs from your enemy. So if this is on 2 turns, if your enemy gets a buff, MightyZoo will get this buff, basically. If the target is aligned with order, place despair on the target for 1 turn, okay? So now if you go into the tower, so I think, was that change? I think it wasn't before like that. Let me quickly check this guy, MightyZoo. I think it's a little bit changed. So I'm gonna go and check on Raven Pyros if this guy basically changed MightyZoo. Where is MightyZoo? Come on, MightyZoo. Okay, I got him. I like how Merlin looks anyway, by the way. Yeah, so it was the same, okay. Unless that changed. Yeah, it's my birthday. Orleans, thank you very much. For my birthday, you can subscribe to my channel if you want. So it's order. So in the Tower of Strife, that's gonna be very strong. And this despair will be really good in many cases still. But it's situational in a way. Now Awakening 1. If the target is under any buff, decrease the target's turn meter by 10% and increase this hero divinity by 10. Extremely strong Awakening. Yeah, I should have add that info. Yeah. Yeah, my bad. So it's like a birthday stream, yeah. Gain 20 divinity when placing a debuff or disable on an enemy. But because he places a lot of debuffs, seems really good, right? So his ultimate is 1550 divinity, attacks all enemies 3 times for 120% attack. So that's alright. Hello Kadash, welcome. MightyZoo welcomes you and thank you. Yeah. Puka, thank you for subscribing.
2001 gifted Pucker 67400 a subscription. Necrocron 2001 gifted a tier 1 sub to Pucker 67400.
Thank you, Necro. I appreciate that, bro. Thank you very much. So, attacks all enemies. Each hit has 50% chance. I'm not sure if that can be booked. Yeah, I thought you're gonna subscribe to my YouTube channel, but I appreciate subscriptions on Twitch too. Thank you. Thank you very much. Each hit has 50% chance. I don't know if that books for more. To place vulnerable, acid and curse 2 on each target for 2 turns. That's very good. By the way, Necro, if you want to change your avatar, you can do so by putting exclamation mark random. Let me trigger for you guys a battle royale and you can fight. Because I know you wanna fight. You can attack other people also. Battle royale. So you're gonna drop on the screen and you're gonna fight, and the winner will get some gold. Congratulations for Bulbasaur, Kadash. So again, this guy places vulnerable, acid and curse 2 on each target for 2 turns. Again, extremely strong ability. Again, vulnerable makes people, you have bigger chance to strong hit them. Really strong. They also, I think, they take more damage from strong hits, right? If I remember correctly. Really strong ability. No, increased damage inflicted by debuffs by 20%. Okay, it's my bad. So this is... So now Kizin is really strong. Like it's his AoE, DPS, and yeah, his congrats zombie for winning. I wouldn't swap unless... Are you gonna spend Orleans? Because that means, depends if you're free to play or spender. If you're gonna spend, you can go with Kizin. If you're gonna be free to play, but I still will go with Vivian, to be honest. Any case, I will go with Vivian. So vulnerable makes the enemy takes more damage from DOTs. Acid is like a really good DOT, and Curse 2 is also really strong. Yeah, Curse 2 was blocking heals, if I remember correctly. So basically, all heals, shields, and barriers are reduced by 50%. So really, really strong. Very good one. Yeah, so go with Vivian. I mean, Kizin is gonna be very comfortable champion, especially early game, because he got AoE on all his attacks and DOTs and DOT explosions. So he's gonna be monster. So it's up to you. I can't say going with Kizin is a mistake. I would go with Vivian, but Kizin is a good choice. Now, if you awaken 5 Pazuzu, if all debuffs are placed on the enemy, steal 20% of their turn meter. So if you happen to place and you have 75% chance on each debuff, you steal 20% turn meter, which is a crime to do. It's really strong. Now his passive, when an enemy gains a buff, increase this hero turn meter by 10%. Now, if the enemy gains 3 buffs, increase in 1 turn, this hero gains extra turn. So basically, there will be situations that this champion will be extremely disgusting. And Awakening 3 also increase this hero accuracy by 5 up to 100 when an enemy gains a buff. Excellent. Your requirement for accuracy goes down because of this. Now, this is gonna be used in some cases. There will be a lot of bosses that gonna be placing 3 buffs in 1 turn, I believe. Misale, thank you very much for subscribing, bro. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, when an enemy gains a buff, in 3 buffs, he will get extra turn. There will be bosses that will place 3 buffs at the same time. In this case, this guy will be going bonkers. He's just gonna be getting extra turns, extra turns, extra turns. That means his core ability is refreshing, refreshing, refreshing. He's gonna be spamming. Thank you for the follow.
Necrocron 2001 is now following.
All avatars are happy too. So, I wouldn't say choose Pazuzu for your mini game champion, but he is definitely worth considering. If you pull him in the game, it's gonna be a great pull. Shamash, he's one of my favorite champions. Now, I had issue with his kit, and it's clarified. It's gonna work differently. But again, Oh, can you do that? Can you... Is this guy in the game? I think try... so do you do like exclamation mark random and then Inteleon? Or you just do avatar? So if you want to change your avatars, if you do exclamation mark random, it's gonna change it. I'll give you another fight in a minute. So Shamash is a great champion to start with. If you put Shamash and you want to start with him, it's a good choice. So there I will explain why he's so bonkers. Now he attacks one enemy, 150% attack. The ally with the lowest divinity will join in the attack. If the target is under Ether Burn, increase the turn meter of all allies by 10%. So now in his basic, ally with the lowest divinity join your attack, and if the target is under Ether Burn, all allies get 10% turn meter. Absolutely crazy. So every time if you have other joint attack champions or a Sun Wukong imprint, every time he attacks, all your allies get 10% turn meter. That is disgusting. It has to be Kadashi, it has to be random. Exclamation mark random to change. For a random one, of course. Now, his core ability. Now, this is the only ally attack ability in core. Attacks one enemy. All allies will join the attack has 100% chance to place Ether Burn for 2 turns on the enemy. Now, I want to say that his Awakening 1 is absolutely amazing. Because now, if you awaken him 1, and I recommend that everyone does it, the Ether Burn cannot be resisted. So you don't need any accuracy on him. Amazing. And Ether Burn is absolutely cracked too, because they just take more damage. So that's cracked. Now, his ultimate. It costs 1450 divinity, right? And he gets 50 divinity when causing an ally to join attack. So every time you use your basic, you should get 50 divinity unless they won't join, because Shamash is the one with the lowest divinity. So you have to keep that in mind, that it won't trigger if Shamash has the lowest divinity. So that's a downside, right? Now he on his passive, I'll just jump quickly to his passive. When an ally joins this hero attack, increase their divinity 100%. So that is not his, but they get 100 divinity. Okay, so on his ultimate, he revives random ally with 30% HP and 30% turn meter. Then place Radiance and attack up for 2 turns on all allies. Now, Radiance 2, you reduce the damage taken by 20% and redirect the damage to the attacker. So that's super strong. And attack 2 gives you 40% attack for 2 turns. Also heal all allies 15% targets HP. That's a nice heal. Then place shield equal to 50% of the overhealing. Okay? And the first time an ally is killed in the battle, gain full divinity and activate this ultimate straight away. Extremely strong. Now, it used to in Alpha 3 work badly, because let's say you had overheal, you had like a 1% shield. And the problem with that was, I'll give you some Royal Battle Royale. We'll see who's gonna win. I take bets who's gonna win. So the problem was, Shamash would place a tiny shield, and it was terrible because he would replace, let's say, Heimdall's massive shield with this tiny. But it's supposed only to turn only it should only work, replace a bigger shield with a small. The smaller shield should not replace a bigger shield. So that was a bug. They may also change this to barrier, so it just adds up, and that's gonna be even better. But if you awaken this 5, if an ally is revived, set the divinity to 100%. Now, you can imagine how bonkers that's gonna be, especially in arena. If you get this, that's gonna be bonkers. This champion for like arena fans, oh, Misale 1, congratulations. That's gonna be big. And now his passive is amazing. When an ally joins this hero in attack, increase their divinity 100%. Sorry, not 100%, by 100. So that is absolutely nice extra divinity. And when you awaken 3, also place block debuff for 1 turn on all allies who join attack. That is good too. This champion is a really solid, lovely champion, and 20% initiative aura in all battles. That's crazy good. And definitely we're gonna use that. Now guys, if you wanna attack boss, I'll make you attack boss. Before I start boss, you will have to, if you wanna join, you do ! join space, and you choose your class. You can be a warrior, you can be a cleric. Every instruction will be on the screen. So I'll give you an example. You have to say join warrior. Okay, this is how it works. Okay, but not now. Just do it in a minute. When I start this. Otherwise you won't join and you will have to wait. You can use different abilities. Instructions will be on the screen. So you have to type !join, and you have choice of ranger, druid, bard, necromancer, priest, mage, or warrior. Very good. Yeah, so you guys, if you do that, you're gonna join. You have 20 seconds to join, guys. So this is Shamash, really excellent champion to start with. One of the best. Yeah, boss battle. Here we go. Oh, we got a hunt. So you have instruction says, now Misale, you can deal damage and now heal treatment, and you have, let me turn off chat for a minute so you see the instructions. Because chat is covering the instructions. So if you go bear, you can use skill 1, skill 2, or skill 3, depending on your instruction. So everyone now is NPC doing attack. So I am going to these ones and Fujin. A6, now you can go eye bones or eye poison or exclamation mark vampirism, exclamation mark poison, and you have, it says what it does. So you can decide your attack. If you don't choose anything, then the game chooses for you. So you have to be kind of fast. So Fujin. Now he got 50 resistance in all battles, which is rather a weak option, you know. It's rather weak, in my opinion, because only 50 resistance. But let's go through his kit. Now, he is defense scaling kinda DPS in a way, I think, right? He does some damage too. But he's like more like a sub DPS, I would say. So he attacks all enemies, 210 defense plus 120 attack, with 30% chance to place resistance down on each target for 2 turns. Now, why this is so good? Because Pantheon boss and a lot of bosses, like in Raid Shadow Legends, they will have crazy high resistance. Crazy high resistance. If you can reduce this by 40%, that's gonna be absolutely massive, and the requirement for your accuracy will go significantly down. It's only 30% chance, maybe it's booked to 50% chance, but it is for 2 turns, so I believe you'll be able to have this 100% uptime. Now, if Rajin is on the team, he will also join the attack. Now we go into his core ability. Attacks all enemies, 210% defense and 120% attack, and plays Protect 2 on all allies except this hero. Then plays Stalwart on allies for 1 turn. Now, Stalwart is really good because it blocks disables. So this is really good. Now, when you awaken 1, transfer all debuffs from all allies instead. That is crazy. If Rajin is on the team, increase his turn meter by 20% for each debuff transferred. That's crazy. And if Rajin is on the team, place a ward on him. Yeah, there is one risk because of Protect that he may die, right? Because if he takes 40% damage from everyone, he may not survive this, right? That's a risk. Transfer, so he's not DPS. Why I thought he's DPS? My bad. Now his ultimate is 1950, so that's really high cost. He gets 30 divinity when hit by an enemy, which is increased by 100% if the attack is AoE attack. So his divinity gain is relatively low. If you have a lot of mobs, maybe a lot of enemies, that's gonna be kinda better. But still is quite low. But he transferred 1 debuff. I think that's supposed to be here, because it says transfer all debuffs. This awakening 1, I think transfer all debuffs should be on his ultimate, I believe. I think it's a typo. Because on his ultimate, transfers 1 debuff from each ally to this hero, then attacks 1 enemy, 210 defense and 120% attack, and transfers all debuff from this hero to the target. For each debuff transfer, increase all allies barrier 50% defense. That's amazing. So if you have 4 debuff on each ally, well, you take 1, that's gonna be 50. But if you have awakening 1 and you transfer all debuff instead, now that's gonna be, let's say, 5 people team. So from 4 people, you transfer 4 debuffs. That's gonna be 16 debuffs, right? That's gonna be times 5. That's gonna be 700. That's gonna be 800% barrier. That's crazy. That's gonna be nutty. Very naughty skill. Now Awaken 5. If an ally is attacked by AoE attack while under protect, place barrier 50% defense on them. Now barriers, the difference between barrier and shield, that barrier stacks. So you can have as many you want and they will stack. So that is quite cool. Because barrier stacks. So this Awakening 5, but I feel that this Awakening 5 supposed to be under core ability, and this under what is under core ability should be under. So those 2 Awakening should be swapped with places. But extremely good. I mean, guys, if you go with enemies that have a lot of placing a lot of debuffs, this guy can be like an ultimate cleanser, and he can have this crazy shield. This is actually insane what he's doing, this champion. Now his passive. Allies receive 30% decreased damage from AoE attacks. Oh, and bosses will deal many AoE attacks. Guys, I have to say, but this champion is insane. This guy is insane. But he needs awakenings to make him like really insane. You need to awaken at least to transfer all debuffs from all allies, because instead of transferring 1, now you transfer, let's say 4, 5. That's disgusting. And remember, barrier has no like turn duration, so that's really good too. Now Awakening 5, reflect 25. Awakening 3, reflect 25% of the reduced damage back to the attacker. If Rajin is on the team, reflect 100% of the damage reduced by him. That's insanely good too. Yeah, this champion is amazing. If I pull this guy in game, I will be super happy. Would I say you have to like it's the best champion to start? No. But he's gonna be the best champion once and you hit end game. He might be one of the best champions. End game. Really, really solid option. Fujin. Izanagi. Woo! We got Izanagi! Okay. So I like this champion quite a lot, I have to say. I have to learn how to trigger the harder bosses, and also, funny enough, I can like design my own bosses. I can make them hard, have different abilities. I just can't be bothered to do that, but I should, right? So Izanagi first. Attacks one enemy, 100% attack and 7% initiative. Well done, I'll get the chat back on. Well done, guys. I hope you enjoyed that. The hardest game is basketball. I don't know, do you want to try basketball, folks? Okay, if the attacks one enemy, 100% attack, 700% initiative, increase the divinity of all allies by 5%. If Izanami is on the team, she will join the attack. Now, Awakening 3, increase the turn meter of all allies by 5%. So, okay, if you increase 5% turn meter, 5% divinity, It's okay. It's nothing crazy, but it's okay. It's not bad. You know what? I'll blow you up, guys, a little bit. I'll give you some bombs. So that's alright. You have a little turn meter boost if you awaken him, but you get initiative. Now, core ability. Place initiative up to on all allies for 2 turns. On allies for 2 turns. Really, really good for like what he is doing. Reduce the divinity cost of all allies by 10% up to 3 times. So basically you trigger that 3 times, and then this core ability is giving only initiative up to for 2 turns. This is generally really weak core ability. Like generally, like this is weak ability. But his ultimate where he shines. So his ultimate costs 1100. He gains 30 divinity when this hero increases the divinity of an ally. So every time you use your basic attack, you increase the divinity of your ally. If you have a 5-man team, that's gonna be 5 times 30, it's gonna be 150 divinity. If you add Sun Wukong imprint on him and he'll be joining attacks, that's gonna be like 150 divinity every turn more. That's gonna be 300 divinity per turn. Now you can increase divinity other ways, so that's gonna be even better. So that is quite good divinity gain for this guy. And once he gets his ultimate ready, he plays attack up to on all allies for 2 turns. They increase the divinity of all allies by 20%, which is really good. So if you have, let's say, 1500 divinity cost, that's gonna be 300 divinity. And then also increase the damage of each ally's next ultimate ability by 30%. That is big. That is big. And because probably he will cast his ultimate more often than you're gonna with your DPS, that's gonna be basically like almost 100% uptime. If Izanami is on the same team and has been defeated, revive her with 50% HP and 100% turn meter. I can see like some naughty combos in Arena 2. Now Awakening 5. After using ultimate ability, this hero empowers the next ally's ultimate ability and will restore 50% of their divinity after use. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? I don't know what that means, empowers, but they gonna do probably even more damage. But restoring 50% divinity after using your ability is absolutely crazy. So that's what you're trying to do to make sure that after you use your ultimate, you use ultimate of your DPS afterwards. So if you're gonna do kinda like, yeah, so that's gonna be a little bit a manual play or like extremely difficult speed and initiative tuning. Now for every, like his passive, for every 5 buffs placed on the enemy team, activate this hero's basic ability against the enemy with the highest turn meter. So we will start getting more basic attacks, more divinity for us, really good. Each time an enemy gains a buff, increase the turn meter of this hero by 10%. This can trigger up to 1 time per enemy turn. That's a solid one too. And he gets initiative in dungeon battles like Aura. Not bad. Is he crazy? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Because he used to have 300 divinity he was restoring, not 20%. But it's still very solid. Good champion. I wouldn't complain if I would pull him, because he can go crazy. It's a good champion. Now Izanami, his sister in crime. Lovely design, a little bit too big weapon in my book. At least you should hold it with 2 hands, because otherwise I don't know how you're gonna hold this. So, quite good attack on her basic attack. Base attack is quite good. On her basic attack, she attacks one enemy, 120% attack plus 500% accuracy, with 40% chance to place initiative down on the target for 2 turns. Now, placing initiative down on bosses is gonna be big. So that's very good basic attack. Now, let's get some GODFORGE music. Now, on Awakening 1, also decrease the target's divinity by 100. That is annoying. Now, her core ability. Remove shield from all enemies, then attack all enemies. 160% attack plus 500 accuracy with 75% chance book to 100% chance to place corrupt. Corrupt was making that she steals their buffs. Basically, if the enemy got corrupt and they receive buff, Izanami will get that buff instead, and the count of corrupt will be reduced by 1 turn. But she places that on the target with the highest HP for 3 turns. So that should be on all allies, because it's a single target that makes her much weaker. If Izanagi is on the team, he will join the attack using his core ability. That is kinda funny. Izanagi again, core ability, place initiative up on all allies to reduce the divinity. So how can he attack with his core ability then? So that must be a typo, some sort. Because he can't join attack with his core ability. Because he does no damage on his core ability, right? So this is a typo. So that needs definitely sorting out. So if anyone from Fateless team watches this, guys, this is something you need to work on. Now, ultimate of Izanami. Attacks all enemies, 100% attack and 500% accuracy with 75% chance. I believe book to 100% chance to place speed down on 2 and curse 2 on each target for 2 turns. Then decrease their turn meter by 20%. That is good. That is quite good. I mean, I think if you play both those champions together, you're gonna be like decreasing enemies' initiative, speed, divinity. You're gonna be stealing, decreasing their turn meter and increasing, and Izanagi gonna increase your turn meter, your divinity. It's gonna be like interesting combo, I have to say. And if you awaken 5, will steal turn meter from all enemies instead. Now imagine if you have 5 enemies and she steals 20% of their turn meter. She will basically get an extra turn after doing that. Crazy good. Now when this hero here passive, when this hero attacks an enemy under initiative down, decrease their turn meter by 5%. Every time, right? If an enemy is defeated when under initiative down, place banish for 1 turn. That's correct. And also, when Izanami uses, Izanagi will join. Like they complement each other. Yeah, like if they work together, that's gonna be so crazy. That's gonna be so crazy. Now, when this hero attacks an enemy, I think maybe it should be with basic ability, not core ability also. No, because that's Izanami, right? Right? Izanami says that Izanagi is on the team. He will join with attack using core ability. But Izanagi on his core ability has no damage. Right? He just places attack up to. Or like initiative up to. Yeah, so I think this either is core ability. I think this is core ability should be. It should be basic ability. But now they joining each other attack. That's gonna be crazy. Now, her awakening 3. If an enemy is defeated when under initiative down, place banish on the enemy for 1 turn. It's alright. I don't know if I would want to go hardcore on her with her awakenings, but maybe like in the future, if she would be like important component to my team. I can see like you have this annoying arena team where you just steal divinity, steal 2 meter from allies, stopping them from moving, or in some bosses where you can actually decrease. It's gonna be interesting champion. Raijin. So got 25% attack in all battles. Okay, aura is okay, good. On a lower end, but still good. Attack 3 random target, 260% attack. That's really strong hit for basic. If the target is under debuff, each hit plays barrier 50% attack on this hero. Now remember, each hit, that's gonna be, if they have debuff, that's gonna be per hit. So that's gonna be 150% attack, which can be really solid, because if he will have, let's say, 4000 attack, and his base attack is really high, it's almost 1350. So let's say you build him and you have, let's say, 4000 attack, right? That's gonna be 12,000 shield. It's not bad. A barrier, I mean, is even better because it stacks. If Fujin is on the team, he also gained the barrier and joined the attack. So now you're having this crazy combo. You have Fujin that he places, like, I want to explain you guys one thing because that's very important. Because Fujin places barriers too. If I remember correctly, yeah? Here. So for each debuff transfer increase the barrier 50% of defense, right? And then he places barrier too. That means barrier will stack. They don't replace each other, they stack. So that's very good. That is very good combo. Now, on his core ability, attacks all enemies 2 times, 175% attack. For first, he has 100% chance when booked to place Hex 2. Now, Hex 2 is really annoying debuff because very strong, because enemy will take 20% more damage on Hex 2. That's extremely strong. Basically, enemy takes increased damage. If we go to Hex 2, and allies receive, Hex, ally receive 10% of damage inflicted to this hero. The damage is half for AoE attacks. Okay, so I made a mistake. So it's not that they take more damage. That's in raid. So basically, all allies will receive 10% damage inflicted to this hero. So if a hero have a Hex, all allies will get extra. All enemies allies will get extra 10% and it's halved on AoE attacks. Okay, so it's slightly different than I thought. Alright. But it's still very strong. The second hit has 75% chance book to 100% chance to place defense down 2 on each target for 2 turns. If an enemy receives both Hex 2 and defense down 2 from this ability, increase their duration by 1 turn. Really good. That's awakening 3. That's really good awakening. Now, his ultimate is 1550 cost to cast. He gains 15 divinity when hitting an enemy. That's kinda low divinity gain. Now attack all enemies on his ultimate 3 times. Okay, hitting enemy, but because if you have, let's say, 4 enemies, he attacks 3 times, it's gonna be 12. Okay, so that's not terrible divinity gain, because he has a AoE multi-hitters. So his divinity gain is actually not bad. It's 155% attack per hit. Increase this hero divinity by 10% for each enemy defeated. If Fujin is on the same team, also increase his divinity by the same amount. Now Awakening 1, if an enemy is under Hex, each hit has 25% increased chance to strong hit. That's interesting. That's interesting. Now, I think his passive is the crazy one. When an enemy receives a debuff, shock them inflicting damage 100% attack. This can trigger up to 1 time per hero turn. When you have Awakening 5, no longer limits to 1 trigger per hero turn. So if enemy receives 5 debuffs, he gets 500 attack damage, and that is significant. It's a lovely champion in that duo. Okay, let's go to okay, it's loading. Okay, let's go like this. Okay, that's gonna be faster. Okay, we got Olympias. Now, this is my favorite or my second favorite faction. Basically, all champions from this faction are amazing. Maybe the least amazing is Artemis, but generally, like, all of them are like such a good champions. I would like to have all of them. So Apollo is the champion of my choice, and now you all will understand why this guy is so insane. So the way you wanna play this guy is really have this Sun Wukong imprint and then pair him with ally attack champions, because he probably got the best basic attack in the game. Or one of the best, at least. He attacks one enemy, 140% attack 2 times. The first hit places Mend on all allies for 1 turn. Mend on all allies, right? That's 10% heal when the ally takes turn. The second hit has 50% chance to place acid on the target for 2 turns. For 2 turns. That's absolutely amazing. Now, acid destroys the enemy's armor sets. That's gonna be significant and does 5% max HP damage. It's really good. If Artemis is on the team, she will join in the attack, which is absolutely bonkers. It's very good, but it's like a bonus. But anyway, placing this Mend, a Mend is considered a buff. He gets divinity, 70 divinity every time he places a buff. That means if you have 5 people in the team, we will place 5 buffs. That's gonna be 350 divinity every time you use his basic attack. Now, if he ally attacks because he got Sun Wukong imprint, you will be able to rotate his ultimate like every turn if you have enough initiative on him. I believe you will have his ultimate every turn. Now, let's go to his core ability. Attacks one enemy, 300% attack, then place attack up to on all allies for 2 turns. Also equalize the divinity of the ally with the lowest divinity to this hero divinity, because you will receive a lot of divinity, a lot of time if you like speed tune this, or it will be hard to like initiative tune really, because if you use Sun Wukong imprint. But a lot of time, even on full auto, you will have a lot of divinity at time when you use your core ability. If you manual it, it's gonna be perfect. It's gonna be you're gonna be smashing content. Now, if Artemis on the team, also equalize her divinity. Now, if she has higher divinity than him, then it won't go down. It just won't trigger. Now, Awakening 5. When an ally's divinity is equalized, their next attack will ignore 15% defense. It is very strong, but I'm not sure it's worth it. Awakening 5. Alright? That's my thing. If I would have my whole team set up and maybe I would just use for the, I don't know. I don't think I would awaken this guy. Even if I would, I don't know. I will see what is his awakening one. But if it's weak, I would probably, even if I would have his copy just used for this. Like, you know, give him extra 5% damage on core ability and slap this on my DPS maybe. Oh, this is like AoE too, so I could slap this on even on another champion, like a support something. Really good. Hello DLD, welcome. How are you, buddy? MightyZoo welcomes you. How are you? But now we're going to his ultimate. So again, it's 1000 divinity only. And he gets again those crazy amount of divinity when you're placing buffs. That means he will have his ultimate ready every turn. That's my prediction. Good. Happy to hear that. That's gonna be every turn. And on ultimate, he attacks all enemies, 150% attack. Reduce the cooldown of each ally's core ability by 1 turn. For each ally under Mend, increase their divinity by 15%. For each enemy under Acid, decrease their divinity by 15%. Do you know, guys, what that means? He's spamming his ultimate all the time. You're getting 15% divinity all the time, and he's reducing your cooldown by 1 turn all the time. You're gonna be spamming your core ability with the whole team, and you're gonna be spamming your ultimates with your whole team. This champion is absolutely disgusting. He is absolutely disgusting. Now, when we go to his passive, whenever an ally uses core ability, increase the damage of the core ability by 10%, stacks reset on each wave. But there is no limits how many stacks you can get. So you can have 100 stacks. And 100 stacks is going to be 1000% more damage on your core ability. And now, if you have Awakening 3, which maybe is worth going for that, also increase the allies' turn meter by 15% after using their core ability. So every time your ally uses core ability, they get 15% turn meter, and he's gonna be refreshing their turn meter like core abilities all the time, so they will have all the time now not only divinity but also the turn meter will be boosted so much. This guy is gonna be insane, so like Awakening 3 is definitely worth it. And once you get his Awakening 3, possibly going for 5 might be worth it too. And his imprint is really good because whenever an ally uses core ability, increase the damage of their core ability by 5. Stacks reset on each wave. So it's not like a thing that's gonna happen only like in some cases. Like a lot of will say like whenever this champion uses core ability, increase there. This is also for the team-wide imprint. Very strong. So that's Apollo. You see why I love this guy, right? Ares. Aris is really good. He got 30% crit damage in arena battles. Attacks one enemy 3 times on his basic with 115% attack and decrease the target's defense by 2%, stacking up to 10 times. Now, that's gonna be extremely strong against bosses, because if you can decrease bosses' defense by 20%, that is disgusting basic ability. And each strong hit will also decrease the target initiative by 5, stacking up to 10 times. So you will decrease permanently 50 their initiative. So if they have like 200 initiative, now they're having 150 initiative. That means their ultimates are growing much slower. That is insanely good. Insanely good. This is one of the best basic abilities. There is no imprint that will make 100%, but there might be imprint that increase the chance. But there are champions that have abilities that give you guarantee to strong hit, because there is a precision buff. And Kizin can do that when you awaken him. He can place precision, AoE precision on everyone. So now his core ability. Attack all enemies 450% attack and ignore shield and barrier on each target. If the attack is a strong hit, remove all shield and barrier from each target. If an enemy is defeated, increase this hero's divinity by 10. That's crazy. Because 450% attack is super good. His base attack is really good. He ignores shield and barrier, and this is AoE. That is insane. And if you have his awakening, also increase this hero's turn meter by 10% when an enemy is defeated. Now, imagine having this guy in the team with Apollo. And imagine you just do this disgusting thing all the time because of Apollo. And now, his ultimate. Now, his ultimate costs him 1450 divinity. And he gets 50 divinity when defeating an enemy. So, this is disgusting. He has more, you can treat like he has no divinity generation at all. So the only divinity he will get is from other champions and from passively getting when starting turn. So basically, this is downside, but there's also that will make him work well with Apollo, because Apollo will always have higher divinity than him and he will always like boost him. So Apollo is really like required for this champion to, if you use this champion in PvE content, because in PvP you won't care much, because probably you're just gonna go with your core ability and just kill everyone. That's gonna be your plan. But anyway, his ultimate is attack one enemy 2 times, 250% attack, each hit, ignores, protect, intercept, immortal, and ward. That means all those OP defenders, he just ignores what they do. If the attack is a strong hit, also ignores 20% of target's defense. Disgusting. If you pair this guy with a champion that like Freya, that gives you like so much crit damage, so much attack, this guy's gonna be cooking. Now, if you awaken him 3, place block revive on enemies defeated by this ability. Yeah, that's kinda like, he is gonna be a PvP monster, but he's gonna be also very good PvE champion too. The problem is, if you don't have precision, it's very hard to have 100% a strong hit chance. From calculations, it's about like 60% you can achieve for now. So that's our downside. Now his passive. Each time an enemy receives a debuff, increase this hero's chance to strong hit by 5% on the next ability. Okay, but that increases his chance quite a bit. Because if you can have a team that places those debuffs all the time, and you can, let's say, you can place 5 debuffs before he moves, that's gonna be 25% bigger chance to crit hit. So you could potentially like almost get close to 100%. Now, his Awakening 5. Each time this hero receives a buff, increase the damage of his next ability by 10. Yeah, this guy is gonna be sick. Like, if you go to Arena, you have your people placing a lot of buffs on you. You get, let's say, 7 buffs. You're doing 70% more damage. You're gonna be clearing the floor. And then, oh, that's gonna be amazing. Very good champion. Would I want to start with him? Probably not, but I like this champion, Aris. Now, Athena. She probably loves her, you know, her statue. So Athena is really strong defender with the strongest shield in the game. Really good. Good base defense. Attacks one enemy. Yeah, oh, by the way, I didn't talk about speed, but like champions like Apollo, they are really fast. Their base speed is really high too. So attacks one enemy, 220% defense plus 120% attack. Right? Place defense up to on all allies for 1 turn. Now this is... I wish that was 2 turns. On 2 turns. Because the problem with this one is... I mean, when she gonna use her core ability, she's gonna be under this defense up to anyway, so it worked for her. But I wish that was on 2 turn cooldown. But still it's all allies. Now on her core ability, she places shield, 400 defense on all allies, reduce the damage inflicted to all allies by 5, stacking up to 3 times. So now she places shield, massive shield on allies. She will be always under defense up to, so that's gonna be 40% bigger shield too. And after you use this 3 times, you have 15% damage reduction. That is disgusting. That is super, super OP. Now, if you awaken her and you want to awaken this champion because she's cracked, place resistance up to on all allies for 2 turns. So you get resistance up to. That means your resistance requirement going down significantly. That is absolutely bonkers. Now, I don't remember her cooldown, but I think that was 4 turn cooldown on this one. Let me check. I think that was on 4 turn cooldown. It's still to be changed, but we don't know 100%. No, it books to 3 turn cooldown. So that's extremely good ability. That is extremely good. Now, we're going to her ultimate. Now, her ultimate is 1600. And she gains 40 divinity when hit by an enemy. That's very slow. For this ability to be reliable, you probably need some booster. However, but there is however, you don't, like, her kid doesn't rely on this. But this is, her ultimate is really good for wave clearing, okay? Because, so if you want to use her for wave clearing and helping you with waves, that's gonna be good to have like a divinity battery. So she attacks all enemies to 110% defense and 110 attack, with 100% chance when booked to place Petrify on each target for 1 turn. Very, very powerful CC. If this hero is under shield, the Petrify cannot be resisted or blocked. So you see, guys, you don't need accuracy for this. Alright? Now, if you have Awakening 5, each time an ally is attacked under shield, increase the damage of this hero next ultimate by 3%. So, as you wait for your ultimate to get ready, you're increasing this damage a lot. So, imagine your allies are attacked, let's say 10 times in total. That's gonna be 30% more damage. Not too shabby, it's a nice bonus, but I wouldn't go for Awakening 5 for this. Because it's this hero's ultimate. If that were the allies' damage is going up, that would be a little bit better. If that would be like the next ultimate allies with the highest attack, for instance, like, or something like that. Now her passive is amazing. Each time this hero is attacked under shield, heal for 50% of damage inflicted to the shield. If the shield is depleted or removed, has 50% chance to place Petrify on the enemy for 1 turn. Now you need some accuracy for this, but if you go to Awakening 3, you don't. Any attack against a shield now has 100% chance to place Petrify, 100% chance, on the enemy for 1 turn, which cannot be resisted. So basically, if you get her, if you start the game with this champion, and you get her to Awakening 3, you just clear waves with no problem. Because all your enemies gonna be petrified all the time. It's just disgusting. And then she got 33 aura defense in arena battles, which is quite high, nevertheless. So this champion is absolutely disgusting because it not only helps you with the bosses but helps you with the waves. Extremely good. Now Hades Hercules. Yeah, let's go with Hercules. So Hercules is kinda crazy one. He doesn't have any aura. And his basic attack is kinda crazy. Because he attacks all enemies. And he does damage for 12% of max HP plus 120% attack. Now, if you think about this, this is more damage or similar damage that Gilgamesh does on his ultimate. You can see how strong this is. And he has 75% chance to place acid on the target for 2 turns. Now, you ideally want another champion placing acid. That's correct, Necro. I agree with that. For me, only Apollo is better than Vivian. I could argue Heimdall or Athena is like a good choice too. Now, if you awaken 3, if the target is under acid, then reduce the target's attack by 5%, stacking to 5 times. That is really good. Now his basic attack is kinda meh. Attacks one enemy, 18% HP and 140% attack, and plays stun for 1 turn. If this hero is under Immortal, increase the damage inflicted by 100% and plays stun for 2 turns. I think it's okay when you fight like Like you're finishing waves, there's 1 or 2 enemies left, then you can stun them. But generally you will want to use his basic attack more. But there will be situation that you know there is one enemy that he got ready his ultimate or anything, and if you can stun this enemy for 1 turn, that can save your ass. It's good, but it's nothing crazy. Now his ultimate is only 500 cost. Increase this hero HP by 5%, stacking up to 12 times, and place barrier 5% HP on this hero. Now if you have Vivian in the team that she can decrease the cost of this by 300, you're gonna be spamming this all the time. And then when at max stacks, place Immortal on this hero for 1 turn. You will have Immortal all the time. Right? And now if you awaken him 5, also increase this hero attack by 5%, stacking up to 12 times. That's gonna be 60% more attack. I wish that was HP, but hey. Basically, you'll be getting a lot of barriers, and you will be placing Immortal all the time. I don't think you're gonna be dying with this. If you can get this down. Because he gets 500 divinity when defeating an enemy. So he have to rely only on passive gain when he starts his turn and from other champions giving him divinity. But because now this cost is gonna be so low with Vivian, he's gonna go absolutely mental. And his passive prevents this hero's death and heals them 100% of their max HP. Now, if I'm correct, that's gonna be on cooldown. It doesn't say here, but I think it's gonna be like 2-turn cooldown or something. And Awakening 1 also plays barrier 20% max HP on this hero. He is actually quite good, you know. I really like this champion. I would love to pull this champion with my Apollo like super early. I want this champion like ASAP, you know what I mean, on my account, with Apollo account. Okay, Zeus. We're not gonna go through Zeus now, but he is just really nice champion. Kizin. Now Kizin is really nice. He is crazy champion too. So he is this DOT AoE king, basically. He basically does AoE on his basic with good multipliers and has 40% chance book to 60, I think, chance to place asset on each target for 2 turns. Really strong. Now on his core ability, he attacks all enemies, 410% attack, and has 100% chance when booked to place Blaze 2 on each target for 2 turns. So Blaze 2 is like this burn debuff in Raid, this DOT. So it's very, very powerful. If the target, now listen, his Awakening 1. If the target is under asset, also activate Blaze without reducing its duration. Can you hear me? That's super crazy. Because imagine you have like a boss with mobs, and you have let's say you have 4 totems. I don't know if DOT works on them. You place this on all of them, and then you activate on all of them. Boss will receive a lot of damage. Now, ultimate ability attacks all enemies, 430% attack, then activate Acid and Blaze on each target. Also place Precision on this hero for 1 turn. Now, if you get only Awakening 3, place Precision on all allies instead. And Precision means you're guaranteed to strong hit. right? You need 1600 divinity to get there, and you get 50 divinity when attacking an enemy under acid or blaze. So divinity is not terrible if you have a lot of enemies. In single target cases, it's gonna be terrible. In that case, you need a divinity battery to take advantage of this. But then you build your team around that, right? You build a team that can actually provide you divinity. So you need someone like Izanagi, like Apollo, this guy. Now his passive Ashes of Decay. If an enemy is under acid, reduce their incoming healing by 50%. That's stupidly strong. And we will have bosses that heal, trust me. And this gonna be strong. Now Awakening 5. When an enemy receives damage from acid, has a 50% chance to increase the duration of acid and blaze on the target by 1 turn. So now you're gonna be increasing duration of all those DOTs. It's super good. I really like it. And that's Kizin. If someone would like to choose him, I wouldn't blame them to start with this champion. Now, Metzli. First big plus of her is speed aura in all battles, 20%. That is something you want on your team, 100%. Attacks one enemy on her basic, 300% attack and restores 20% destroyed HP to the ally with the most destroyed HP. So this basic attack is only good in extremely niche situation, probably maybe one dungeon, possibly. It's not great. Unfortunately, it's really weak basic attack. But if there's a boss that destroys your max HP, then fair enough, it's gonna be quite useful. Now, on her core ability. Remove 2 random debuff from all allies, then place block debuff on each target for 2 turns. Also heal 20% HP all allies. So you have removed 2 debuffs, which is really good, from all allies, and place block debuff. That is very, very powerful. But now if you awaken her free, also she will place resistance up to on each target for 2 turns, and all buff cannot be removed. So now she protects block debuff and resistance up to. I'm wondering if that includes all buffs just from core ability or any buff placed. That's interesting. I'm not sure about that. But generally, resistance up to is not as good when you have block debuffs. But then it works against disables too. So CC. So generally, awakening, really good awakening. If I would be a Metzli fan, I would definitely take her to awakening free. Now, on her ultimate, which is 1650 cost, gain 60 divinity when placing a buff on an ally. So divinity gain is a slow. It's gonna be painful. So she will need some help. But she revives all defeated allies with 40% HP and turn meter. Also restores 50% of each ally's destroyed HP and increase their divinity by 20%. So that's great, because she will get straight away over 300 divinity for herself. You don't have to be revived to restore your destroyed HP and divinity. Awakening one place is vanished on all allies except this hero for 2 turns. I'm not sure that this is the good, because then all single target attacks will go into her. I'm not sure if this is what you want to happen, but maybe it's gonna be useful. Now her passive, restore 20% of the target destroyed HP when they receive a buff. So basically you won't have any destroyed HP with this champion, because this is really powerful option. And now Awakening 5, when this hero uses an ability, spread 1 random buff from this hero to all allies. I would say no. I would say stop at 3, don't go for this, because this is weak. This is very weak. Metzli, if you start with Metzli, she's gonna serve you well. But to compare to other champions, she missing some meat in her kit to make her meaningful. Like starting with Athena or Heimdall would make, or Isis even, would make you would feel the difference. Kinda niche champion. Okay, quests. Our nerfed quests, right? Let's see what we can say about this bad boy. So first, this is painful. His speed aura, 24%. It used to be 21%, I believe. In all battles, now it's in dungeons, and that's a pain point. Now don't get me wrong, speed aura in dungeons still gonna be strong, but the painful thing is not gonna work in arena and doesn't work in Pantheon boss. So that's a little bit sad. But generally still good champion. So on his basic attack, attacks 1 enemy, 80% attack and 230 resistance, and heal 10% max HP all allies. If the attack is strong hit, place Petrify on the target for 1 turn. Now, all the meat in this skill comes from his Awakening. Because on Awakening 3, will place Petrify on any attack, not only on his basic. I mean, sorry, but he only have attack on his basic, so. But any attack means it doesn't have to strong hit. On any attack, that means also when you weak hit, it's gonna place it, which cannot be resisted. So now, every time you use your basic attack, you Petrify. Now imagine you have ally attack or counter attack. You will keep your enemies petrified. This champion will be a nightmare in arena. And you will clear all waves with no problem. This is basically disgusting. This is, when awakened, maybe the number 1 of one of the best in the entire game skills. This is so strong. I can't even express that, how strong that is. Like, even you have this champion just with this, and you remove everything else, this champion is already a beast. With no other skills. But when people say like, oh, he was nerfed and he's so bad. Yes, he was nerfed in a one way, but when we see his awakenings, he's just so broken. If I pull this guy as my first champion, I won't complain. I'm gonna play the account super happy. And I'm investing him as my priority, all my awakenings. Now his core ability, he plays increase the turn meter of all allies by 20% and then plays speed up 2 on each target for 2 turns. Imagine you have Apollo with him and you reduces his cooldowns and he increases all teams turn meter by 20% all the time. And now if you get his awakening 1, increase speed of each target by 10, stacking up to 3 times. So he gives you a permanent buff of 30 speed. That's crazy. I don't know if that resets between waves because it doesn't say, but crazy. And his ultimate, it's only 1000 cost. He gains 60 divinity when placing a buff. He places buff here and he places 2 buffs on his ultimate. So divinity gain is not it's good for 1000. It's moderate, I would say. It's not bad, it's not super crazy, but it's good. Because you use your divinity, you use this skill, and you straight away place 8 or let's say 10 buffs if you have 5-man team. That's gonna be straight away 10 buffs on the whole team. You already have 600. So basically after using your ultimate, you end up having 600 divinity. If you reduce 300 with Vivian, that's gonna be you're almost ready to cast this straight away. Unless he uses his divinity after casting this. So like if you trigger the divinity, he casts the ability and then divinity it goes to 0. So it depends how this is coded, okay? So this is have to be verified. But he places initiative up to and accuracy up to on all allies for 2 turns. Also increase the turn meter of the ally with the highest turn meter by 50% when this hero divinity reaches 100%. So he reaches 100%, someone gets 50% turn meter. That's crazy. And I believe you can make a team that you're gonna be spamming this ultimate. So this turn meter boost is gonna happening all the time. So what that means, the hero who has most turn meter, they get 50%, so probably they will take a turn straight away. When this hero is defeated, revive 2 allies with 50% HP and increase their initiative by 5%, stacking up to 3 times. Occurs once per wave. Very good one too. If you have Awakening 5, revives all allies instead. Amazing. Good champion. Maybe if he had speed in all battles, maybe that was just too strong. Very good champion. Chat. Okay, it's Tian turn. Oh, we're talking about Mulan. Mulan. Alright. So, she got kinda weak aura, 25% attack in dungeon battles. I wish that was 30%. Oh, 33. She attacks one enemy 2 times. 180% attack. Critical attacks reduce the target's defense by 2%, stacking up to 10 times. This is really solid basic attack. Especially against bosses. Really very good. 20% decrease defense is very solid. Now on her core ability, attacks one enemy, 370% attack, increase the damage inflicted by 10% for each living enemy. So basically in the bosses with minions, place Vanish on this hero for 2 turns. Which is alright, but I think it's not great. I think it's gonna be very niche use. It's kinda weak. In arena it's gonna be 40% more damage. Okay, so in arena that's gonna be good. But if bosses without minions, that's gonna be weak. If you have a boss that have minions and you can target the boss, then yes. And her ultimate is only 1200 cost. Can 30 divinity when inflicting damage to an enemy, but she has... Okay, but that's weak. Because she doesn't have like a very crazy... She got some multi-hitters, but it's not like crazy. She gets 30. So that's gonna be hard to get her divinity. Gain 20 more additional divinity when attacking under Vanish. Okay, that's gonna be happening. So that's gonna be 50. Okay, I think her divinity gain is moderate. It's not the worst. She attacks one enemy 3 times, 150 percent attack. Each hit has 40% chance to place Drain and Hex on the target for 2 turns. Okay, so it's not bad, but it's not great. If the target is defeated, decrease this hero divinity by a cost by 10%, stacking up to 3 times. You know what? I'm not big fan of this. Awakening 1. If this hero is under Vanish, ignore 30% of target's resistance. Because she's still... You need some accuracy on her, unless you awaken her 1. Her base attack is okay. Okay, her passive. Increase the chance of strong hit by 20% when inflicting damage under Vanish. And Awakening 5, in this hero is under Vanish and would be defeated. Prevent this hero's death and gain them an extra turn. Yeah, that's good. I think you could keep her alive a lot, unless there's gonna be a cooldown on this ability, or you lose your Vanish, right? But if you can rotate through this core ability a lot, possibly... Okay, we'll see, we'll see. Not big fan, but I can see some potential. Hey! Why? Why me? How dare you? Okay, we got a Monkey King. The best organ donor. Right? He is quite crazy. Guys, what is the delay? Can we check the delay? Because I feel like this delay is kinda insane what's happening now. If you can just write something. Okay. Alright, so... Okay, cracked character. Okay, so it's not too bad. So it was like 3 seconds. Okay. So it depends on the person then. Okay, so it's not too bad. Alright. Not too bad. So Sun Wukong. Now Sun Wukong is one of the best choices for anyone who wanna spend on the game. Right? Because he is a donor or imprint donor. So one thing I don't understand, why this guy got 24 speed in all battles. Like, this is just crazy. So he is kind of Amazing champion. I really like this guy. So on his basic attack, let me put one of my favorite songs. No, this one. Oh, let's go for GODFORGE music maybe. I'm in the mood for GODFORGE. So attacks one enemy, 310% attack, then increase this hero divinity by 5%. If joining an attack, increase divinity by an additional 5%. Also mirror random buff from the target. That's really good. Because if you join attacks, you get 10% divinity. That's like 120 divinity for him. That is really good. For a DPS especially. Now on core ability, attacks all enemies 180% attack 2 times. For each buff on this hero, increase the damage by 10%. If you can stack him like with 10 buffs, which you will be able to do, trust me, he's gonna do 100% more damage. You can imagine that this is AoE attack too. And then Awakening 3. Each hit has 50% has a 50% chance to mirror one random buff from the target. Now this probably requires, I don't know if that requires, no, maybe that it doesn't require actually accuracy. But you can see, guys, how strong this is. And now, yeah, this is a stupidly strong champion. On his ultimate, attack 72% attack, 8 times at random. Each hit has 35% chance, I think it was booked to 50, to heal this hero 8% of the damage inflicted, and decrease the target's turn meter by 8%. If the target is hit more than 5 times, additional hits inflict 50% reduced damage. Guys, if you have a boss that you can reduce their turn meter, this boss is gonna suffer. That's gonna be absolutely disgusting. The boss will suffer. Because inflicting damage to enemy is 40. That will generate you 400, casting your ultimate generates 400 divinity. Now I don't know, again, if you consume divinity after using your ultimate or before, because that makes a big difference. But now, Awaken 5. If a clone strikes the same target more than once, inflict additional damage 72% attack to all other enemies. That's crazy. If there are no other enemies, has 30% chance to inflict the damage to the initial target instead. So that becomes like a AoE smug in a way. Crazy good. And then passive, place Immortal on this hero for 1 turn when receiving fatal damage for the first time. Also has 50% chance to join ally attacks. And then if you have Awakening 1, will always join the attack with a hero from Tian. You understand, guys? He's getting 120 divinity every time he joins attack. If you have a team of 5 Tian people, he joins attack 4 times. That's gonna be 480 divinity every turn just from his basic. And then he gets additional divinity from this. And because this is once, but he attacks 4, that's gonna be 160 divinity. So that's gonna be 620 divinity minimum just from this every turn. So in a worst case scenario, you cast this ultimate every other turn. If you build your team right, I think you can have this every turn ready. Or like every 1.5 turn. That's absolutely bonkers. That's absolutely bonkers. So Vivian's probably Vivian's imprint can be really good. Or Vivian, like you want something that you can increase his damage, to be honest. That's so crazy. Imagine what this guy can do with Apollo. So that's a really good starting champion, and Aura is crazy. Crazy good. Crazy good Aura, crazy good Awakenings. This champion is just a beast. Yan Wang. The weird looking champion. I didn't check some Wukong's base attack. Okay, base attack slightly lower, but still high. Okay, than other champions. Okay, Yan Wang. Yan Wang got 19% initiative in all battles. So it's a good aura. Attacks all enemies, 120% attack and 120 initiative with 30% chance, I think it's booked to 50% chance to place speed down to on each target for 1 turn, which is not bad. And now, if you awaken this champion by 1, if an enemy is already under speed down 2, has 35% chance to place sleep for 1 turn instead. Alright. Alright. Core ability. Attacks all enemies, 280% attack and 250 initiative, with 100% chance when booked to place random defense down, attack down, accuracy down, or resistance down on each target for 2 turns. No, you can't, my buddy. You can only play 1 hero. The same hero, but copies you use to either you can awaken champions and they have new abilities, or you can extract their passive as a imprint, and imprints you can imprint to the weapon, so they basically get a weaker version of their passive on the weapon, and you can give this weapon to any champion. So let's say I'll give you an example with Yang in a minute, okay, when we get to his passive. So he attacks all enemies. I don't like this because this is like a random debuff. Like Awakening 5, an enemy is already under speed down 2, has 75% chance to place an additional debuff. Okay, so they need to... Not great. Now, what's wrong with his divinity cost on his ultimate? 1700. Gain 40 divinity when placing a debuff. Attacks all enemies, 220% attack, 220 initiative. Then has 50% chance to place lock core and lock ultimate on each target for 2 turns. I think that books to 75%. Generally, very weak champion with a lot of RNG. I can't recommend this guy at all. And now this is his passive, and this is how it works. On his passive, increases this hero initiative by 2%, stacking up to 30% after placing a debuff. Right, so that's gonna... So after using this So after placing 30 debuffs, you will max this out. 15 debuffs, you max this out, and you have 30% more initiative. Now, if you sacrifice champion to extract the imprint, you will get something like this here. Increase this hero initiative by 1%, stacking up to 15 times. Stacking up to 15%, sorry, after placing a debuff. So now you can place this on any champion if you want, if you extract. So you have to sacrifice your champion. So you see there are different things you can use your champions for. And then let's say you could also smack this this on the weapon for this champion, and then you will have like even. So this guy will have instead now he can stack up 30% from this and 15% from imprint. This young one could have now initiative up to 45%, or another champion can have 15%. So really, really good system. But you can't have the same champion in the team. Some people complain about that. Some people are alright with that. Now the last faction, having Dracula, and Dracula he's a sad man now after showing us this champion, which is Fenrir, so powerful. Dracula just looks like a little girl to compare to him. Seriously, I will show you guys later, but let's go Dracula. Because Dracula has systems I really don't like in him. Like, I don't like some mechanics in him. So he doesn't have any aura, firstly. He attacks one enemy on his basic. 7% HP plus 40% attack 2 times. Each hit has 75% chance book to, I think, 100% chance to place bleed on the target. I'm not sure if that's books to 100% or not. That's disclaimer. It says also heal 5%. It says allos, but it should supposed to be also. Heals this hero 5% of max HP if the target is under bleed. If you awaken him, place 1 stack of bleed on all enemies instead. So that's quite cool, right? Core ability. Places 2 stacks of bleed on all enemies and remove 1 random buff from each target. If a buff was removed, place 3 stacks of bleed instead, gain extra turn. So he places 3 stacks, probably, most of the time, in worst case scenario 2, and get extra turn. Which then you can attack with your basic to place more bleeds. Really good. So when you awaken this, so this is under review still. No, so okay. Downside of this champion now, those 2 abilities. He does some damage, but on his core he does no damage except placing bleeds. That's a big downside of this champion. And now on his ultimate, he needs 2100 divinity. And he gets 60 divinity when damaging an enemy under bleed. So if you have a single target boss, that's gonna be pain in the neck to start this working, to make this work. That's gonna be really, really sad. He attacks all enemies 4%, only 4%, but 4 times. So that's 16% HP, and then 50% attack times 4 is 200. So you say good damage. Now before attacking, consumes all stacks of bleed on each target and increase the damage inflicted by 8% per stack. So now against waves, this is gonna be OP. This is gonna be like an ultimate ability to clear waves, but you won't be casting this as much unless you run Apollo. 100%. But against bosses, you will never use this because you want those stacks. Like Apollo, yes, Carré, 100%. He feels underwhelming. Now, Awakening 5 also destroys each target's HP for 10% of the damage inflicted up to 60% of the target's HP. And then his passive at the start of an enemy turn, if they underbleed, increase the damage of this hero's next attack by 10%. So he can get 40% from here. He could get like 80% from here, right? Now, why this is strong against waves? Let's say you have 5 enemies. Each enemy got 10 stacks of bleed. You can take 50 stacks, then you're having 400% more damage. So this can be really good to like do a lot of damage on clearing waves. But it's not gonna be strong against single target bosses, unfortunately. Because you won't be able to justify 80% more damage to remove 10 stacks bleed from the Pantheon boss, right? So he is outdated, unfortunately. He needs some attention. Because if I would rather that he gets less damage, let's say 3% more damage for each stack of bleed, but he doesn't remove them. But he like activates them. So he activates them, but not remove them. Okay, Perun. Aura 25% initiative in arena battles. Not sure if we're gonna use that a lot, but hey. Attacks one enemy, 100% attack and 100% initiative 2 times with a 50% chance to place speed down 2 on the target for 2 turns. I'm not sure if this is booked to 75%, but it is a good ability. If you awaken 1, also place initiative down 2 on the target for 2 turns. Now, this is one of the best basics again in the game. This is insane. This is insane. To have this on your basic, you can place 2 broken debuffs on your basic for 2 turns. This is disgusting, folks. Like, I think this awakening just gives him so much value. I think the awakening just makes this champion OP. Hello, Michael. Welcome, welcome. MightyZoo welcomes you. How are you? So, awakenings, this champion for me was okay. But now he's broken with those awakenings. Now on his core ability, attacks all enemies, 300% attack and 300 plus 300% initiative, with 100% chance to reduce the turn meter of each target by 20%. Now, if you have Awakening 5, if a target's turn meter is above 50%, reduce the turn meter by 40% instead. Stupidly, if you combine this champion with like a really good with someone that reduces your cooldowns of your core ability, that's gonna be insane. That's very good ability. Again, Apollo, perfect. If I pull this guy with my Apollo account, I'm gonna be super happy. This guy is disgusting. Oh man. I mean, I don't want to disappoint you, Masked, but there's a big chance that bosses will be immune to turn meter reduction effects, or it will be reduced a lot. Like Clan Boss in Raid was immune, you couldn't reduce his turn meter. So that's not gonna work in Pantheon boss, I think. But a lot of bosses gonna work. But he is a cheat code for a lot of content. So when we go to his ultimate, now his ultimate is lovely. Like attack, 100% attack and 150% initiative 7 times at random. Each hit has 35% chance to decrease the target's turn meter by 10%. 10%. That's crazy. I need to check out on his old kit that just went before the update. Do you guys remember? So I don't know if this books to like 50%. I won't be surprised if this books to 50%. Like each hit has 50% chance to decrease the target's turn meter by 10%. Additionally, attack against the same target reduce turn meter by 5%. That's crazy. Oh, I tell you one thing. I think we will go through maybe some today. But I have to say there are like Belebok and Cherylbok. I did a video on them. And there are the other ones. They are just disgusting. I'm afraid that it's gonna be kinda like Wales meta. You go into arena and you see always Belebok, Chernobog in the same team. And some other champions. And you have like 0% chance. You have just 0% chance to win. So only draft modes are gonna be something that's gonna keep free-to-play players alive. If I pull Belebog, I won't complain. He's super cool, but he is so OP. Having this type of champions will make games so much easier. But let me carry on with Perun. Now, so now if you awaken 3, if the target turn meter is reduced to 0, place stun on them for 1 turn. This is disgusting because you may just move after your enemy when they're very low and possibly you can stun the whole team with this ultimate. And his passive, when an enemy hero has the turn meter decrease, increase this hero turn meter by 4%. He is absolutely bonkers. So I talked with Svarok and then just a little this like to show you guys this champion is super cool. He has got very good AoE attack on basic with chance to decrease the turn meter by 20%. Very strong. And then attacks all enemies on her core. And has 75% chance, maybe book to 100, I don't know, to place attack down 2 and speed down 2 for 2 turns. Guys, this champion's crack, and this is epic. This champion's epic. And then if you awaken her to 5, she has chance to AoE sleep on her ultimate. Disgusting. Okay, Svarok. This guy is crazy. Attacks one enemy to 180% defense and 160% attack, with 75% chance to place blunt 2 on the target for 2 turns. They have less chance to strong hit you. Very, very strong. That's very useful. Very useful. Now, on his core ability, he attacks all enemies, 330% defense and 160% attack, with a 75% chance, book to 100% chance to place attack down 2 on each target for 2 turns. Also place protect 2 on all allies for 2 turns. Amazing. That means all allies will take 40% less damage and Svarok will take this damage instead. Now, if you awaken this guy to Awakening 1, each time an ally is attacked under Protect 2, increase the damage of this hero's next ability by 3%. Resets on next ability. Amazing. So, now your allies will just be doing more damage. Crazy. And now ultimate is only 1100, which is very low, by the way, for this type of ability what he's placing. And he gets 15 divinity when hit by enemy. To compare to his cost, it's alright. It's moderate. He places resistance up to, defense up to, on all allies for 3 turns. That's crazy. Then places shield, 250 defense on all allies. And when you awaken 5 this guy, when an ally shield is removed or depleted, place ward on them for 1 turn. He can't take damage. It's like not unkillable, but it's like protect. Like you can't take any damage. I don't know how this was called in raid, protect. But basically, for 1 instant of damage, you take nothing. Really strong. And his passive, each time an ally uses an ultimate, decrease the damage received by all allies by 3%, stacking up to 10 times. That is permanent 30% damage reduction. Very strong. And Awakening 3, each ultimate also increases the strength of the shield placed by this hero by 3% up to 10 times. So now the shield is gonna be 30% more strong too. So this guy is great. And 30% aura in dungeons, defense in dungeons. Great. Now, are these champions? Yeah, these champs are just OP. So yeah, so we went through all the GODFORGE mini-game champions now during the stream. So I hope this helps you like to make the decision what to pull for. If you joined later, you can rewatch this. But I hope that you find this useful. Now, going through other champions, I make videos about Belebog and Chernobog. So maybe there's no point of spending too much time on them. But this guy is just disgusting. And if you pull this guy, this is gonna be a priority to awaken him to 5 with your ecosystem. But this guy is just disgusting. Just to summarize, increases duration of all your buffs. He decreases duration of debuffs on you. He places attack up to, and that's gonna be increased to 2 turns. He plays block, debuff, and stalwart, so block disables on all allies for 2 turns. That's gonna be extended to 3 turns. On all, and then attacks all enemies. He decreases the cooldown of all ally core abilities by 1 turn. If Chernobog is on the team, he joins the attack with his core ability. And then if you awaken him, he will refresh the cooldown of all core abilities instead. Not reduced by 1 cooldown by 1, but reduces the total cooldown. And then he will increase the rank of all your buffs, so attack 2 will become attack 3, etc. And he will decrease the rank of all your debuffs by 1. So decrease attack 2 will become decrease attack 1. I think Quetz, it's still absolutely broken champion, and people are just misjudging this champion a lot. For me, he's stronger than he was before this quote-quote nerf. And I'll show you why. Because you're getting this guy, and you're taking this guy to Awakening 3. And now he places on his basic attack Petrify on any attack. That means even if you weak hit, and this cannot be resisted. Only because of that, this champion is absolutely broken. And you do like ally attacks, shit like that. Yeah, I mean, Quetz is absolutely broken champion. I'm sorry, man, this guy is broken. Basically, you're going into battle, any wave, he goes first, his speed is 118, base speed. You go in, you start first, and you attack the most annoying target with your A1. You don't care about your score, and you lock out one enemy straight away. The strongest one. Then you have maybe ally attack. This guy, if I pull this guy, I'm gonna super happy. I'll be super happy. Because he is insanely broken. And his core ability, increase turn meter of all allies by 20% and speed up 2, is absolutely broken. And now increase Awakening 1, increase speed of each target by 10. Stacking to 3 times, that means you get 30 speed more. You will feel that in long fights. That's gonna be really beneficial. Boosting your turn meter, speed up to stacking. And then you get initiative up, accuracy up. And then you have revive. I mean, come on, man. You lost, he lost aura. Okay, that's a downside. But it's gonna be better aura for dungeons. Then you will find another champion with speed aura or something, you know? I will use a different aura. You know, and then, I mean, I have to say this guy is just disgusting. He's just disgusting champion. Like this Awakening 3 just making him OP. Because one of the problems with RGB champion is that you can't place any buff, I mean any debuff or disabled if you weak hit. But it says here that he will place Petrify on any attack. That means weak hits must be included and cannot be resisted. That means he functions like eternal champion in this case. You can't underestimate that. And this now, once you awaken him 5, revive all allies. When this hero is defeated. So what you gonna do? You place this guy. Right? And then you place him, team up with like Isis or another reviver. Yeah, Shamas is broken too. Shamas is one of my number. Like Quetz because of this ability, because of his basic Awakening 3, he's one of the best champions in minigame. Like seriously. He's gonna be so useful in Pantheon boss. That is incredible. And I'm not even talking about his heal, like crazy heal. It's crazy. This guy is absolutely bonkers. So I think people underestimate this hero a lot now, because people just forgetting. If there would be like no nerf, let's say ever, And his kit would be like this from the very beginning. Everyone would put Quetz at this top 5 champion or that he's the best. But because he was like nerfed, now everyone looking, oh, he was nerfed, now he's not that good, you know what I mean? So people have this sentiment. But if you look on his abilities, how they are, he is insanely good. I'm still going with Apollo, okay? Apollo is my choice. But also good champions that really strong options, which I really wanna pull, is Athena. Because of her awakenings are just disgusting too. Like, look at Athena's Awakening 3. Any attack against a shield now has 100% chance to place Petrify on the enemy for 1 turn, which cannot be resisted. And it doesn't say it has to be her shield. So you may just add another champion with shield. So you have 100% uptime if that shield goes down or anything. Yeah, A1 is cracked. I mean, it's disgusting too. I really want her with Apollo. Her and Apollo is gonna be even worse combo. Apollo will be using his ultimate like more than once per turn. But like if you combine Apollo and Vivian, and then you have champion like Athena or like Heimdall, even better. That's gonna be epic. So one of the champions I would be really nice to get is her. But I would need Quetz or someone that places speed up and initiative up too. So from my conversation with Dirk I had, Mend counts as a buff. So if you have someone to extend duration of buff, it should extend. Oh, you need, yeah, 100%, yeah. Because people have to just remember that she places a shield on her core ability. So she goes into arena and you place your shield straight away. So you either have 2 options. You place Steward on yourself so you are immune to CC, to disables, or you stun your enemies, but you're still gonna be petrified, or you just remove the shield. So she is great. But the thing is, once you have her awakened, you put resistance up to also, so that's gonna be more difficult to remove the shield. So you can have high resistance team. And the only way you can just brute force it through the shield, which is gonna be super hard. Yeah, that's gonna be crazy. So this Petrify is so amazing too. But to make it like more reliable, you probably have to have another champion if you want to use this against waves. But she petrifies also on her ultimate, so, and this cannot be resisted. Ah, but she had to be under shield too, so. Yeah, but it's very, very solid kit. Very solid kit. I still prefer Heimdall because of counterattack. Because counterattack means now more divinity for Apollo. right? Can you think about this? Apollo gets basically 280 to 350 divinity when he ally attacks. So now he has counter attack, he will get 350 divinity again in a 5-man team. So that's gonna be just disgusting. Then you can have probably like more than one ultimate per turn. If you have if you have Sun Wukong imprint on this guy, plus you have Retaliate, you're having one ultimate every turn. Minimum. Every turn. Because he places Mend on his core ability. And it says, gain 70 divinity when placing above. 5-man team is 5 mans. 70 divinity per buff is 350. So he attacks with his basic attack or his core. He places 5 buffs, 350. He ally attacks on average. If you have 5-man team, on average you will join once. That's gonna be 350. That's 700. And then you counter attack once. Your ultimate is ready. Now, if there is only one enemy, that's gonna happen only like once. But if you have 4 enemies and they attack him, he may counter attack 4 times. So that's gonna be in one go. He could almost like he could have 2 ultimates in one turn, if like everything goes right in a right circumstances. As long this counts as a buff, it does now, but if they didn't change it. But at the moment it counts as a buff. Meant. Shield doesn't count as a buff. Remember guys, shield and barrier is not a buff in the game. So if you have anything like says this will, like for every buff like Excalibur you get X number of damage, like shield and barrier down don't trigger Excalibur. So that's important thing to know. So are those new champions OP? Yeah, there's some Eternals are crazy. But I want to talk about this champion, guys. Why this champion proves that Dracula is a crybaby. Like Dracula is already nerfed, I mean in power crap. Dracula is already like... Dracula will have some niche combos when you wanna clear waves. So there will be some teams that the fastest clears will be with Dracula. Okay? But for long fights against bosses, this is your boy now. Because this guy is absolutely flawless. Like, he's the best bleed character, and I don't think they can even release better than him, because what he's doing is crazy. So his name is Fenrir. He has no aura, and it doesn't matter. He attacks one enemy 2 times on his basic. 180% attack, 2% HP. He heals 2% of this hero, right? For every stack of bleed, of max HP. So you will get to 10 stacks in this hero very quickly. So his basic attack heals him 20% of his max HP. Yeah, 20% self-heal. If the target is under 5 or more bleed stacks, this attack cannot weak hit. That means you will always place bleed, right? Because if you weak hit, you cannot place debuffs. But now you won't be able to once he got those stacks. Now, listen, Awakening 1. If the target is under 10 stacks of bleed, Each hit also increases this hero's crit damage by 5%, stacking up to 10 times. So the downside is you have to use this ability a lot of times, right? You need to use this 5 times before you stack bleeds on him. So you want ally attack champions and Sun Wukong imprint on him, so you can do those stacks before you go to 10. So you have 2 hits, and then each hit increases your crit damage by 5, right? So you do this 5 times, that's gonna be 10 stacks, that's gonna be 50% more crit damage on Awakening 1. So you should be able to hit him 5 times before you place too many bleeds. Amazing. Now attack his core ability. Now this ability might be one you don't want to use before you don't max out his basic. So you usually will start the battle with his basic. You start to fight with someone like with Heimdall, you put Retaliate, and you place and you have some ally attack champions, and you just make sure that you max out this Awakening before you use your core. Because then on core ability, you attack one enemy for 110% attack with probably 100% time booked, probably, to activate 3 stacks of bleed. I'm sorry, my bad. No, you can use this because you don't place any stacks here of bleed. Now, this is crazy, but you really want to stack up this as quickly as possible. So you still use his basic ability before core until you max out bleed. But once you max out the bleed, you attack one enemy, you have 100% chance to activate 3 stacks of bleed on the target. If the target is under 10 stacks, get extra turn. Alright, so you can use that. Sorry, my bad. Let's go back a little bit. So you always use this ability, because if the target is below 10 stacks, you will get extra turn. Alright. So you activate 3 stacks of bleed. Now, if you have Awakening 3, you activate all stacks of bleed. That's gonna be 10. Now, when you activate stacks of bleed, they don't reduce their cooldown because they have no cooldown. So that infinitely works. Yeah, you're right. Guys, I think it's late, that's why. I'm streaming for like almost 5 hours. Okay, it's a blonde moment. Yeah, it doesn't stack bleeds, that's true. But you still wanna attack, use his basic just to stack this up. So, but you will do it with ease. But now his ultimate is crazy, it's cheap. And he gains 60 divinity when inflicting damage to enemies under bleed. When bleed is activated, it counts too. Yeah. So this is a bit crazy because you will max out 100% his this 50% quick damage. You will basically getting some extra turns here. His divinity gain is really good, moderate, but his cost is so low. And now you attack one enemy, 220% attack 2 times. Before attacking, place 2 stacks of bleed on the target which cannot be resisted if this hero has 100% crit rate. So now he's like eternal champion because you can't with weak hit. So even if he attacks someone with strong affinity against him, he will place bleed always, which cannot be resisted, right? Unless it's still weak hit makes that it's always resisted. So I'm not sure 100% how that works, but there is a chance. Maybe he can actually be resisted when weak hit, but I'm not sure about that. But also place barrier. Also place barrier on this hero equal to 5% of the damage inflicted. If the target is under 10 stacks of bleed, yeah, he can work with Dracula, because maybe sometimes you want to remove the bleed stacks, so he can get more extra turns, but it depends on the boss. So if you're fighting, let's say, on waves, then he will work with Dracula really well. But if you fight, let's say, like a Pantheon boss, possibly you just want to be triggering this 10 bleeds all the time, you know what I mean? But I can see he can work very well with Dracula. But I would not pull Dracula myself. Yeah, that's so cool, guys. It just, I won't be able to go through all the champions today because it's just too many. But we did all champions from the mini game, guys. So I think it's a good time to call it a day. I'll catch up with you next stream. It's gonna be maybe even tomorrow I can stream, guys, for you. Would you like to have? We can go through the rest of the champions. So we went through all champions for the mini game. Now we can go through all the other champions that are not in the mini game. And I think that will be quite cool. Yeah, so thank you very much, guys. If you didn't subscribe to my YouTube channel, please hit that subscribe. I'm trying to hit 1,000 subscribers. That will help me a lot. And I will have for you guys surprise on Wednesday or Tuesday. Will be a lovely video I got for you. It's another collab. I think you will enjoy that too much, a lot. Yeah, thank you, guys, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Hasta luego.